camp, while that press conference, chant a couple of them there, and not All Blacks, but a couple of people in the camp, and yeah, we're just talking about how sort of that mental game is so strong, and there were World Cup winners on the field there in the forms of some of the All Blacks, the likes of Aaron Smith, the Sam Whitelock, Dane Cole, for example. There are players there who have won big matches, they've won tournaments, they've won trophies, and you cannot underestimate the impact of having that sort of calmness, having that experience, and having the mentality to know that what it means to be an All Black is to win World Cups, is to win World Cup quarterfinals, and that is something that they have within their sort of mentality. And apparently they spoke a lot about that in camp, about, that they're a team that are expected to be winning these games, that they do win these games, that that's what it is to be an All Black. And unfortunately, I think that's a big thing that the Ireland need to sort of are trying to sort of grapple with, is that mental shift that they need to take to understand that they are good enough to win quarterfinals, they're good enough to win playoffs and go on to win World Cups. It will happen eventually, it will be, Ireland will win a World Cup. In fact, I think a lot of this group within Ireland right now could win the World Cup. But at the moment, what we saw on the weekend, we saw an All Blacks team go out with the belief that they could win and get the job done. Number two is Ireland lost it at the set piece. Their lineouts were pretty poor throughout the tournament, weren't great on the weekend, and scrums were a massive, massive issue. And when you don't have set piece dominance, if you don't have set piece at all, it's a huge part of your game that gets taken away. And I thought the All Blacks nullified their set piece very well. I thought that Ireland's set piece gotten better as the game went by, but they just didn't really have that platform to be able to attack from. I mean, New Zealand went down to 14 men on two occasions. And that's where you can really use your set piece. When you think you have a scrum, for example, and you can try and create that overlap, or a line out where you can create a full line out, a couple of phases, create those overlaps, spread the field, spread the players, and really sort of grind down the that All Black side. And I think that they just didn't really have a set piece to contend with the All Blacks, and that was a big part of why they couldn't really get them sort of any sort of ascendancy or major ascendancy in the game itself. Right, experience proves its worth, and this is a big thing. I think this could actually very well make its way into South African five things learned. The South African fans in particular are very quick to say, "Oh, why are we playing this guy? He's too old. He's blocking the youth. He's preventing young players from playing." And I've always said, I think that's a load of rubbish. This is international rugby. This is the World Cup. You pick your best players. You pick the players you believe can get the job done. And what we saw from New Zealand were some of the experienced players really stand up. For Ireland to a certain degree as well, Johnny Sexton played well. For example, Peter Marnie had a decent game this past weekend. There's a couple of the Irish experienced players. I thought Gary Ringrose was very good. But if you look at New Zealand, I mean, Sam Whitelock, for example, winning that penalty right at the end shows everything. Sam Kane, who I'll talk about him in a bit, Artie Severe, Aaron Smith, your big name, experienced players all pitched up this weekend. And that experience of having been there and done that is so underrated, and it's difficult to put a price on it. And we saw it throughout the games. Owen Farrell pitching up and having a brilliant game. For the Box, your likes of Ebenezer stepping up, but Ches and Colby stepping up. Um, big name players, Nicolas Sanchez for Argentina, for example. Augustin Creevy made a big difference. So Dan Bigger was having a very good game as well. And so it's amazing how, people are so quick to disregard experience. And yet we've seen in the quarterfinals how experience often goes hand in hand with sort of such moments in the game. Right, number four, Ireland will contend in 2027. This is a special group of Irish players. Yes, some of them will be moving on in the forms of Keith Earls and Johnny Sexton in terms of immediately. We will probably see different players come the next World Cup. I think players like Jack Conan might not be around. Peter Marnie might not be around. There are players that are aging. Conor Murray won't be around. There are a lot of players who are sort of aging and might not be making squads come 2027. But they've got some really, really exciting players coming on. I mean, I thought that Joe McCarthy, shame he was probably the one that should have cleaned out Sam Whitelock right at the end. But when he came on, I thought he was brilliant. I thought Jimmy O'Brien looked the best back on the field when he came on as well. I think that you've seen Craig Casey playing some really good rugby. I think Jack Crowley's a special player. This is a golden generation of Irish players, not only right now but coming through. And I think that if they can keep either Andy Farrell, or they keep the right people at the top, the systems in place are so good at Ireland that I think come 4 years' time they'll definitely be contenders as well. And then finally, Foster and Kane silenced their critics. It's amazing. A year ago, and I'll tell you, Ian Foster, there's a bit of smugness about him, and maybe rightly so, because I think this is a coach who was completely disregarded and almost labelled the worst All Black coach ever. And he's in a World Cup semi-final, and if he were to win that, he could potentially look on. He could be looking at a World Cup final and a World Cup victory, which would really be an up yours to everyone that doubted him. And it was interesting because they said, is this your biggest, most important win? And he said, no, last year versus Ellis Park was, because you guys basically told me that. And basically, the inference for that is that there were all the stories going around that if he'd lost that, he was going to get the sack, and that's what saved his job. So a bit of a slight dig from him at the media, but genuinely, I think obviously we know that Jason Ryan and Joe Smith coming in have made a huge difference to that New Zealand coaching staff. So it's not like it's just Ian Foster who's woken up and turned things around, but he's the man in charge, and he brought in people to assist him, and they've made big differences. And I thought Sam Cane as well. A lot of people were questioning why he is the captain, why he should be starting, why and Foster backing him all the time. And Ian Foster made some big calls, and Sam Cane being one of them. And I'll tell you what, paid off this weekend. I thought Sam Cane was absolutely superb. Once again, experience can sometimes be so invaluable. And I think we saw the experience of Sam Cane this weekend, both the leadership perspective as well as a player. And I think they're definitely, big sort of silencing of their critics this weekend. So those are my 5 takeaways. Let me know what yours are down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
I'm ready to go, eh? No. You're on the edge of your seat. It's good. Send the tone.
Another World Cup semi-final. Familiar feel, how different?
Yeah, I suppose it is a bit of familiar feel, like going back to 19, obviously playing Ireland in the quarter, and then, yeah, obviously we don't want the same result as 19, but yeah, it's good to be here, mate. It's the boys put in a massive effort. We put a lot into that week, and you're really proud, but time to reset and go again. So yeah, proud of the lads, but it's important we, I suppose, forget it.
Have you ever been involved in a final 5 or 10 minutes like that?
Nah, not like that. I think one of the plays went for like 6 minutes, or it was like, that's a crazy stat. But I think from the start you could see the way these boys started, just the intent to keep getting after the line and just work for each other was, and the boys that came off the bench did the same thing. So yeah, just a massive effort. But got to do it all again this week and be even better. So yeah, it was a great game to be a part of.
How do you overcome the mental challenge of coming down from the high of that victory and I suppose everything that came with it, number 1 team in the world, they're unbeaten, right, and all that sort of stuff. How do you overcome that to then get back up again for a semi-final against the
Pumas? I think yesterday was crucial, just like I call it like a decompression, just we had our families in and partners and kids. I think that's always a good indication, just to give yourself some time to just to be normal again for 24 hours, and then today is part of that process, the review, and then obviously looking forward with the 6-day turnaround with RG. I think, yeah, for myself, you just got to forget it today. Like what was done last week is not going to help you this week. I think the reset button is the crucial thing, and everyone will be different, but had the gym, we've got a bit of a review after this, and then we're into it.
Ethan, can I ask you a question about the scrums? The Irish were complaining about those afterwards. I'm not going to pretend I know absolutely anything about this at all, but you were in there. What, from your perspective, was going on when they were trying to wheel and so forth?
Yeah, well, there wasn't too many scrums. There was only one in the first half, so I think there was only 3 scrums I was a part of. So yeah, well, you got to go straight, and they were going around, so there's nothing else I could really say about that.
As far as the ref, though, what was he saying to it at those times?
Nothing to me, nothing to us. Just keep it square, go forward, and that's about it.
Does it disappoint you if there's only 3 scrums to scrum in a game?
Yeah. No, I was actually quite happy with not too many scrums. I think it was the reason why they left me and Lowy out there for so long, but nah, it's all good. Scrum is not the whole game.
Ethan, how good was it to be back out on the park?
Yeah, no, good to be back, mate.
Good. Tough couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's always tough sitting in the stands, and but yeah, Gilly, our trainers, put me through the ringer the last few weeks, so yeah, it felt like I didn't really miss too. I wasn't struggling too much out there. Felt good.
Obviously, in terms of, it's obviously the Pumas are a different challenge to what Ireland were, but in terms of performance, how important that performance against Ireland is the standard for this group going forward?
It is crucial, mate. We'll take a lot of confidence, but we're going to go another gear, and we've all seen the World Cups are very different with the results, over the weekend. So they're going to be a different beast, and it was not so long ago that we lost in New Zealand for the first time as well. So we know they're in a good spot and they turn up and they're a physical team. So it's crucial. Like I said, we lift another gear and go again.
That was a similar situation to, you talked about it before, you come down from the High Vales Park and that one, and then had to get up for the Pumas, which you couldn't do. What did you learn, I suppose, from that week of coming down from that high and not quite being able to get up for the Pumas?
For that week, I suppose in Johannesburg, our backs were against the wall, So that's a sport, mate. Yeah, it's a challenge, and it's a World Cup. So you just got to find it. And like I said before, the reset button is the most crucial thing. What we did last week ain't going to mean stuff all if we don't back it up this week. So that's the challenge of Test footy. That's the challenge of playing at a World Cup. And I suppose as leaders, we've got to make sure these boys see that for our actions, and these guys lead, and everyone just does their bit to turn up in the best shape possible on Friday. So it's a mental challenge, but it's good.
Did you personally miss your friend Pablo?
He didn't play, eh? No, we shook hands after Mendoza, so we're all good. So learned a bit of that last test, a bit of niggle, but nah, he's a quality player, and the guy that stepped in position is playing well too. So
Dan, in a way, it's easy to fire yourself when you're facing Ireland. What will you tell yourself facing the Pumas, knowing that you nearly reach a final? It can be a booby trap.
I don't want to be playing for a third and fourth game again against Wales, like we did in 2019. That's kind of my motivation. It's a shit league. If I'm being brutally honest, like playing for third and fourth, getting knocked out of a semi. So that's, regardless of who you're playing for, it doesn't matter. Like, you're playing in a semi-final in the World Cup, and if you don't turn up, you're in for a week that kind of tests you mentally, physically, emotionally. But I want to make sure I turn up where I am this week, and regardless of playing the Pumas, and try to get another Monday. And it's not who the opposition is, it's about us getting to the ultimate goal of playing in a World Cup final. But all our energy is into the semi-final week.
With the reset, do you like to be left alone, or do you like people to give you messages? Because everyone's different, obviously, and we think back to 2019 and the disappointment of losing to England at the high. So what do you learn from that England game, and how that preparation was for yourself?
I think it comes down to, like, the early in the week, there's obviously a lot of detail, and you got to get that right, and then towards the week goes on, I suppose for myself, I like to be left alone, and I'm a bit more grumpier than some of the other lads. But everyone will have their process, but we haven't gone through our review yet. I think that's probably the most crucial thing, that we just set the tone as a team, and then everyone will have their own process. We've got the day off tomorrow, but I suppose it'll be a bit different getting away, but you're still in the back of your head, you've got to probably have a few more conversations with your team, and just get things right. So everyone will have their different process, but it's just important that we just keep the little gut, fire in your gut to get us right for Friday.
And have you found players like Colsey valuable in the last 24 hours, guys who were there sort of in 2019 who have been through the hurt and, like say, not wanting to have another shit week of playing a third, fourth player? How valuable has it been having players like Colsey around?
Yeah, well, you just got to look back into our game. I thought our leaders, stepped up, and it was easy just to follow them. Old granddad Whitelock coming on, and getting that turnover at the end. It's just experience. You can't beat it, and all I want to do is send these old boys out on a high note, and that's my drive at the moment.
Just a question for both of you, maybe Colby, if I could hear from you first. Did you guys all watch last night's game in particular, and what did you think of that spectacle between South Africa and France? And I suppose the reaction to seeing the host not go over the tournament.
Yeah, I did watch it. It was a pretty high tempo game for a quarterfinal. It was a great game. I really enjoyed it. And that last 10 minutes, it could have probably swung both ways, but I suppose the team. It's funny because both teams, like Ireland and France, were really. People thought they were going to be the two dominant teams in this World Cup, and it's just the team that shows up on the day. I reckon, like prior form and all means kind of nothing. So, yeah, France will be obviously disappointed being a home nation not playing, but it's just footy. And full credit to South Africa for getting the job done. They played bloody well.
I bet you're not disappointed France are out of the tournament though.
Oh, well, you know, like we can't do much about it. Like, yeah, disappointed, but well, it'd be nice to have them again, but it's not going to happen. So,
Is it hard not to possibly think about South Africa?
No, sorry, Sav.
Completely out of your mind.
Completely out of my mind. Argie's the target for us, and that's all our focus needs to be on.
What are the different challenges that Argentina pose from
I suppose a more probably direct, like runners and set piece game. I reckon very physical, passionate men, but still they use the ball pretty well. And we've played Argentina a lot, so we kind of know how they run. But World Cups are different, you know. Like I was saying, it's a different beast, and they'll turn up with a real passion and desire to beat us. So look forward to it.
Would you reckon you feed yourself with a little bit of fear before Ireland, and do you find this fear versus the Pumas?
I personally do. Like we've been in the team where we've lost to them in Aussie, lost to them in New Zealand for the first time, and that caused us, the team a lot of hurt. So I personally still have that fear of, and that fear drives you. It's good. It's good to have that, acknowledge that, and let it energise you and get you a place where you need to be.
I think we've got time for one more.
The fear of retirement keep you motivated, doing the Woolworths and looking after the kids full time?
I'm not thinking anything about that stuff. That, like I said, so that kind of stuff weighs me down. Just turn up each day and still want to win another Monday.
Jason Ryan talked about the pressure of World Cups. He touched on there, just the hurt that this team, the adversity it's been through. France and Ireland have gone. Do you draw on that? You know, these big games, things that this team's been through in the past 2 years?
Yeah, because it's for probably the guys that've been there. Like it's important. It's probably like a start of a week thing. Like right now, you think about it and then you kind of park it up, let it energise you. I'm not thinking about that during the week. I don't reckon. Because it kind of pulls you away where you need to be. But acknowledge it. If it motivates you, sweet. If it doesn't, don't worry about it. But I think it's the past experiences as leaders that we could have done this better last in 19. We could have done this better. That's what kind of things that I'm probably thinking about. And bring these boys with us, because if you put the leader side, these other guys are just as important. The way that Lowy and the group turned up on Saturday and gave 60 minutes as a front row. That's inspiring stuff. So, like I said, we've got to take a little bit of lessons, but we've got to go again and keep working hard and give ourselves a chance on Friday.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
We got nice and comfy and nice and...
Yeah, good. You can actually see who's asking the question now. Hell.
Jace, how important that performance, I suppose, going forward the next couple of weeks becomes the benchmark for this group?
Yeah, I think we've, to be fair, probably had a couple of benchmarks along the way in this competition. That was definitely a step forward. We acknowledge that, and we're, really satisfied with that. Knockout footy, it doesn't matter what the margin is. You just got to get across the line, and I thought the boys showed a tremendous amount of care, a lot of courage. We're brave when we needed to be, and we got the job done.
How do you go about overcoming, I suppose, the mental challenge of coming down from that high, and I suppose all the circumstances that were surrounding this game, best team in the world, their 17-match, unbeaten streak, getting up for that, and then I suppose having to get up again for a semi-final with the Pumas? Yeah,
well, look, I think it's a balance of both between coming down off that, but also building on the confidence that the boys have got as well, because we've got a bit of confidence, but by no means is there any arrogance with that. We will, prepare accordingly for Argentina, different team to what we played last time. So and it's knockout rugby. So, in finals, you build those weeks to be right at your best mentally and physically at the end of the week. So that'll be a big part of how we prepare this week when we review that.
Jason,
challenge.
There was a draw there. Who am I going? There was a deal.
I always win. How much do you?
Marty, what do you got? No. Come on.
And now we go see Jason.
No, everyone's real good.
How much of a challenge is it recovering from that sort of game, and given it's a short turnaround?
Yeah, it is. Look, I think a lot of that comes down to your language. If you say, it's a short week, everyone feels rushed. Reality is we're not going to get any fitter or stronger this time of the tournament. So it's a matter of freshening the minds and really sharpening that mental space and making sure the boys recover well and put in what they need to in their bodies and their minds to be at their best again on Saturday. So it's a balance, to be fair.
Jason, I know I'm a great respecter of history, and I know it's
love a stat.
Bloody boring. I'm not a stat, mate. I want to go back again to last year where you came on board. We'd lost to Ireland. We had the Nelsprit test where we got belted up. Then we had that magnificent performance against South Africa. All us fans, I think, thought, wow, the All Blacks are back on track. We've refound our mojo. The very next opponent was
Argentina and Christchurch. Yeah.
So does that occur to you again that this time, I know that all of a sudden this feeling seems to be that, heck, we're playing a game that we should win. But I keep thinking Argentina and Christchurch was our next game immediately after that. Does that come into your thinking?
Yep, it has actually. To be fair, you got to be honest around that, and it'll be probably a little bit talked around this morning, I think, when we start previewing a little bit. But like I said, we're a different team. I guess they're a different team. We learned a lot in that game as well. David Kidwell, league coach. I think I said it last time we played them. They put a lot into their D and their to slow our ball down. So we'll make sure that we readdress that and not assume anything.
How different are they without Pablo Matera in their ranks?
Yeah, well, I think he's a big energy player for them. Pablo, he's awesome around the breakdown. But they've got Crema who's there, who he never played in Mendoza, so he's another threat. The returning tight head's back, and a few other players that weren't in that test. So I don't think it's down to one player. To be fair, they all bring good energy and be the game of their lives, just as is ours.
What did you make of Argentina against Wales?
Yeah, it was even sort of contest, sort of swung back and forwards there a little bit. There was some good skill execution. Some of it wasn't so great, but the determination and the mindset from both sides was great.
Did Argentina look familiar, or did they look different to what you experienced last
year? There's a couple of similarities there, but a few things that they probably changed as well that they're looking to evolve. You've still got to be evolving things during this World Cup. You can't just sit still and think it's just going to happen again. You've still got to have little tweaks in your game to be on the front foot, I guess.
You talked about the defensive system that had been somewhat designed for Ireland, and you changed it again for Argentina?
Can't tell you. We're always tweaking things in all parts of our game. We're always trying to evolve.
Jace, your forwards made a hell of a lot of tackles in that game. A lot asked them physically. What did your review tell you about how they went and kind of how are they physically to get back up again this week?
Yeah, they're good. They are good. They they put a lot of work in yesterday, recovering and getting on the tables and getting their rubs and all that stuff that they do. Just outstandingly well. But you know, like it's, you know, it took the whole 20, you know, the whole crew of us of the team to go right to the end, and we talked about that all week. We needed, you know, I talked before around care, and we really, you know, dug in around the blackness of the jersey and the legacy, and that was a special one that I think sort of helped us in the end. So yeah, we just got to get this week right, and when we're on the grass, just get into the work that we need to and not overdo it, and just keep them fresh, sharp and happy.
Jason, heading into the weekend, there was a bit of chat. You would have seen, I'm sure, that there were perhaps predictions that we could have an all Six Nations semi-final quartet. Was that a bit of a statement from Southern Hemisphere Rugby over the weekend?
Well, I'm not sure. I think I hadn't sort of looked at it like that. To be fair, I think the games that I've seen, only seen bits of the game last night. But you know, I think the speed, I guess, the Irish and the All Blacks game, that was right up there, the ball and play stuff, and you had two teams that just wanted to get stuck in and play the game of footy, and I thought it was great from that side of it. The bits and pieces that I saw of last night's game was probably a little bit different, but each team plays to their strength and they've got their own identity, and that's what makes World Cups good.
Bit of a shock, obviously, last night. What did you, from what you have seen, what did you make of that last night, and what was the reaction within the team that France were out?
It's the reality of knockout rugby. It was like well, nothing's guaranteed. Yeah, here's a reminder. And this team's been there before, and they've been there, you know, last week with the first final and this week with our second final, and you just got to get everything right.
So can I ask another question? Sorry, I jumped in again.
That's you. You guys mic'd up together? Or?
I just want to take you back to the emotion against Ireland, just in the box. I mean, we get to see lots of pictures of you guys, and you look as though you feel it like every other fan in the place, man. When you actually win a game like that, it's just an enormous thing. Just as you as a rugby guy, as a fan, as a Kiwi, and everything else.
Yeah, I sort of get the balance not quite right myself. We end up smelling the liniment, you know. That's, but I think you just got to be on at the right time in your own area and not ride the game, but also enjoy it when the boys score tries. You know, how good.
Yeah.
You got to enjoy that, and it's a big part of, I guess, how I coach through my personality. So yeah, you got to enjoy it, and when you can.
How much of a challenge is the selection process this week, juggling act? Do you make a few tweaks for guys and emptying the tank the other night, or do you keep momentum going?
Yeah, potentially. I think it is a bit of both around the momentum, but also, you know, it's just having a look at the numbers and the metrics of what the boys played and who did the biggest shift and the most tackles. You've got to be smart there around that. But then there's the other side of it, Andrew, where you got guys that are, you know, potentially playing in their last World Cup, that they just want to be out there and give everything they can. So it's a mix of both, really. I answered that really politically, didn't I?
Speaking of that, Jace, a guy like Sam Whitelock, you know, 151 tests now, and he's been given this role on the bench. He comes on and makes the play to, you know, seal the game. And what does that sort of say about, I guess, accepting roles and accepting what your current reality is?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think you know, Sammy and along with other guys, we've got guys that are finishing games for us at the moment for that test. Not to say he won't pull in this test, but he's just such calming influence. You know, he can square up the room as well. He can put the room on pretty good edge when he needs to. But I think with that game, having him out in the end and just some of his messages that he was working with Skip and the other leaders and Artie and Richie, it's just totally invaluable, really.
What does Mark Talaya need to do to put himself back in the selection picture this week?
Well, he's injury free, so he's just got to train well and do everything right. He's that's well and truly behind us now, and he's handled that very well.
Did Leicester's performance sort of complicate that picture at all for you? He obviously took his opportunity on the left wing, but Mark's been sort of the incumbent in that position. Did that complicate the picture at all?
No, I don't think so. I think that Leicester's, you know, the opportunities that he's had in this World Cup he's taken, and as a lot of boys have. So it just makes it, I guess, that more satisfying for selectors that we can have good, hard, robust conversations to make sure we pick the right team.
Jason, just on Sam, you know, given his legacy, when you talk about his input and screwing up a room, is that he stands there and gives advice to the guys or lays down a marker? Can you get inside?
He's just honest. You know, he doesn't avoid things, and sometimes the timing's not that good, but it's for him and I, we've had some we've had some great, robust discussions, but he makes me a better coach, if I'm perfectly honest. He he makes sure that I'm on, and I challenge him to be better. And even though he's played 151 odd tests, he still wants to be better. So it's my job to make sure that I'm doing that as well, so that we can raise the bar both ends of it, I guess.
Does anyone dare rein him in because giving him
Yeah, dead right. Yeah, we have honest convos all the time. It's what the All Blacks is about. It's called high performance.
Is there any, just to clarify, no injuries or any injuries or bumps and bruises that anyone would be in doubt?
There's a few bruises, a few bumps, but no, everyone's fit and available. Get through the week and have a good crack at it this weekend.
Your first World Cup with the All Blacks, is it everything you thought it would be? Is it more intense?
Yeah, I just feel really privileged to be here. I think you're just constantly giving and trying to be better yourself. The expectations are extremely high, but you wouldn't want it anywhere else really. It's what the jersey's about, and that's what it demands of us every week, and you can't sugarcoat anything, and you get on with it. I think that the pressure side of it, this is when it just gets that little bit higher, but that's a privilege. I guess the most successful people in the world have got privilege in their lives. The more pressure, the better. So that's where we want to be this week, and we're looking forward to tackling it head on.
It's a long way from Sydney Park on a cold Thursday night to start to France, and 80,000, isn't it?
Yeah. Different sort of crowd on the sideline too, to be fair. No, we
more sober in France than Sydney.
No, they're probably a bit more direct in Sydney. He's keeping down to earth there and walking into the rugby club. But I think I've said at every conference, the crowds and the way they get behind this World Cup is just unbelievable. It's so good. Looking forward to this game.
Last question, guys, because it's hamburgers for lunch, so we're getting into it.
Just about the line-out drive, obviously you've got games there at times against Ireland. A couple of times you put under pressure as well. What do you see that at the moment?
A little bit of risk and reward there with a couple of things we did, I guess, defensively, and had a good chat to Paul O'Connell after the game around what they were sort of trying. He's a good man and got a lot of respect for him, and he saw a couple of little wee things there, and vice versa we shared, and that's what it's about. You're always trying to be better and ask questions with other coaches, but I think there's a couple of things that we definitely could have got better, and when we had our man in the bin, how we could have defended there, so we'll get on top of those.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
SRNS. Argentina, through Rugby Championship, we played against them many times, so we both know them very well. There were 2 losses in the last 3 years. How does that set you up for this game? What have you seen from Argentina? What do you expect from them on Friday?
Oh, I think the past sets us up beautifully for both teams. You know, we've, as you said, we do know each other, but we don't know each other in terms of a Rugby World Cup. So from that sense, it's at this stage of a tournament, it's new territory for us. And as we've already seen, Rugby World Cups are very different. But all that we've learnt is we've learnt to greatly respect Argentina and for them playing for their country. It clearly means a lot. Though perhaps an underrated team worldwide that has got a really rich history of perhaps overachieving at World Cups and done a fantastic job to get here at the same level we are. So it's going to be a heck of a game.
Ian, the decision to bring Mark back into the starting lineup, is that a reflection of what you've seen from him or what you hadn't seen from Leicester?
Oh no, it's just that's the team we think's best for this week. Mark's he's done his time, and like I said at the time, it's he'd made a mistake. He accepted what was happening, but you don't linger in that space. And he's been a form winger through this tournament for us, and we really got a lot of faith in him and believe he's in a good place to play this game. I really enjoyed Leicester's game, and I thought he did a lot of what we asked him to do last week, and he should be proud of that. And it's a tough selection, but just think it's a chance for us to get Mark back on the park, and I know he's excited.
Sorry, we'll come back to you, Ollie. We'll go to Martin Goodwin on the right.
Question for both of you. There's a bit of a song and dance made in the Irish media post that match about Rico making an air cup gesture towards the fans. Now, I think most normal people would realise that that's just a bit of sporting banter. But I wondered whether or not you have any policy about that, both of you, whether or not you think that the players should be doing this, or whether you tell them whether they should or shouldn't be doing this, or whether you think it is just a bit of natural crowd, give it a bit of that, and if say we can't hear you singing anymore.
Look, it's it happens on a rugby park. It happens on most sporting parks when tensions are high. There's a lot at stake, and players from both teams and all teams are occasionally want to say a few words to each other, and that's the nature of the game. And and unfortunately recently it's also included players saying a few things to referees. So is it right for the game? Don't know. It's always been there. You've got to. It's highly competitive, and you don't hear a lot of players complaining about it.
Sam?
Oh, sorry, mate.
Yeah, I think it's also a little bit of different players and different people's personalities and emotions coming out in those moments. So look, when you're out there, I think it doesn't matter sometimes what level of sport. There's always people who have different tactics, and their emotions can run high, and words are said, but it's always just left out there.
Okay, in front of you, Luciano. Okay.
Different to the Irish game when it was uncertain who was the team favorite to win. It's not the same case for Friday. How do you feel going into the game? Acknowledge as a team to win, and how do you think and where will the Pumas make it difficult for you guys, captain and coach?
Firstly, you've never heard us say we're favourites, so that's your language, if that is indeed your language. We're in a World Cup semi-final. We know that these games are do or die, they're finals, and whoever's got to this stage has done that because they've beat some really good teams and played really well, and that's how we're treating this game. And so we know we're going to have to be, we're going to have to improve our performance because the stage gets bigger and bigger at this time of the tournament, and you've got to grow your game, and that's our strong focus. And the fact is that we know that, and we said it before the Irish game, and is that it's the best team on the night that wins it, and we know Argentina has done that to us. So, but we're not buying into anything about favouritism or underdogs or whatever it is. It doesn't make any difference to us. We know we have to perform at our best, and that's the only way we're approaching this game.
I probably don't really have too much to add to that.
Okay,
That's the first time he's listened to me for a while.
Okay, sorry, could you just introduce yourself?
Sure. Gabriel Clark, TV. One for Sam, please. Sam, you've been through a lot in the last couple of years. What's the quality you pride yourself on that you need first from now on?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Sorry. I'm not sure I understand the question fully.
In terms of the quality that maybe you want to see in the team and you represent yourself as a player that you need to see now in the team.
Yeah, right. Look, I thought we took a massive step up in the weekend. There was a heck of a lot that went into that game. But we're at a crunch time in the tournament now where what we delivered last week may not be good enough this week. So our drive is to prepare as deep as and as well as we did last week so that we can go out and put in a better performance, and that's personally and as a team. So that's been the focus this week, is to whatever we did last week, let's try and do it a little bit better this week.
Okay, we'll go over here.
Yeah, James Cobb, Sky. Always talked about the World Cups, teams playing their final earlier than the final. You guys had to go deep against Ireland. How confident are you that that hasn't happened to you guys?
We had to play a final last week, to be fair. I think what you're seeing now, and you know, with the teams that are in the top 8 teams in this tournament, every game was like that, wasn't it? It was a fantastic weekend for every game. Every team got pushed to the edge, and so it's probably a reflection of where world rugby's at now. That you actually have to go bone deep in everything you do now just to get to where we've got. So it's not a matter of trying to hold anything back. It's a matter of actually just treasuring the moment and treasuring each week. And the beautiful thing about this is that you've just got to go, you've got to give it everything every week, and there's just no tomorrow on it. And that's how we approached last week. It's how we're going to approach this week. Very simple formula, and not worry about, well, can we do what we did last week? Well, that's different. I mean, Argentina are a very, very different team, and you know, they play a different way. And we've got massive respect for them. We know the breakdown is going to be exactly the sort of battle that we had against them the last 2 or 3 years. That's tough. They've got some backs that really want to play and open you up, and we've just got to be at our best. And so we just like to keep things really simple, not worrying about can we do it again, but just can we meet this challenge this week the way at the standards we want to, and that's our approach.
Okay, we'll go to James and Coney back there.
Fozzie, just over here. Hey, just what are the reasons behind the other changes you've made to the team, and were you tempted to tinker a bit more with the side?
Look, selection's always tough, and again the balance of continuity, combinations, and at this stage of the tournament, you know, where there's kind of no tomorrow. And so for us, we've basically effectively trusted the combinations we had last week. We've switched obviously Sam and Brodie around. I think we've said it, we've got a lot of faith in all 4 of our locks, but particularly those 3, you know, are very, very experienced, and we just feel that having Sam start, bring a little bit of extra energy into that pack early. We've got Brodie coming off the bench. Samasoni in for Colsey is a very similar story. You know, I think that got a lot of faith in all 3 of our hookers. I thought Colsey did a great job with, you know, holding the composure of the team in the last part. Sonny's gonna, you know, he's got a lot of pent up energy and he's ready to go. So we're just using a little bit of the energy of the squad at this stage because we feel we can without compromising the group. And like I said earlier, Mark's proven himself for us this tournament, and we believe it's right to put him in. So get the changes to a minimum, but I think they're important.
Okay, we'll go just to you, sir. Okay, Joe, Buddha?
Hey, Sam, what gives you, given your experience in 2019, what gives you confidence the team has come down from the high line and is mentally refocused for this week?
Look, we probably won't know for sure until we get to the game, to be honest. But look, there's plenty of us who have that hurt and some scars from 2019, and I think Colsey spoke to you guys earlier in the week, and we had that chat as a group. Like, there's two very different Mondays we can turn up for next week, and one of them is horrible. So, and some of us have experienced that. So we know that the game just being in the weekend is no indication of how we're going to play the following week. Like, it's going to come down to the work we put in and the ability for us to turn up mentally right on edge and be better than before. So, you know, we're obviously extremely driven to do that, and we're excited by the challenge. It's you feel we're in a good spot, but we've got to go again.
Okay, down the front here.
Adnan Mohammed Gallo. Just you guys play Argentina, South Africa, and Australia in the Rugby Championship. We were rugby pundits who said that South Africa. I know we're playing Argentina this week. South Africa played boiling style of rugby. I would just like your thoughts on that, please.
About South Africa playing boring type of rugby. So I don't believe that.
Okay, Seb, the back here, number 7.
Are we clear with that? I just want to make sure I'm not.
Can you just expand on that? Because, yeah, what do you think of this style?
Look how many points they scored.
Well, they're playing brilliant rugby. So, but again, that's another conversation right now. So, like I said, it's without being rude, I'm thinking about Argentina. So.
Okay, Seb, back there.
Ian, what's the most important thing the guys have to do to recover this week after that game last weekend?
Oh, look, recoveries, there's a number of things. You've got to recover physically, and that's always critical at this time of year. It's the mental recovery, so how you switch off and come down from that high. But I think the best way to recover is to refocus really quickly on what the next challenge is, and not to listen too much to any praises you're getting as a group for a performance, not to go down that path, not to get sort of softened because everyone's patting you on the back saying you played well, and it's not a good place to be as a team. And so I love the way the team's just sort of buckled down. We've redefined the challenge for us as a group. We're not satisfied with where we're at now, and when you're clear about your goal for the week, it actually the recovery comes along pretty quickly, because you know that, you know, if we're not right on Friday night at Stade de France, then it's going to be a sad old night, and we don't want it to be like that. So we've worked hard. You know, we've got amazing support from our country behind us, and it's been phenomenal, the amount of messages and everything that's gone on behind the scenes. We know we're playing for a country and a fan base, and we want to do them proud. So we're really clear, and we know there's no excuses on Friday night for lack of recovery. It's all about treating this occasion with the respect that it deserves.
Okay, we'll go to Mark Hinton and then Liam.
Ian, you've been part of 2 World Cup semi-finals, and they've both been really tough affairs. You won one and you lost one. Is there a particular dynamic around a semi-final, and in your experience, what is that? And you know, what makes them such tough games?
Well, the best dynamic is winning. There's no doubt about that. Look, it's tense simply. Well, I think it's at a basic level, Mark. It's tense because of the quality of the opposition. You're at a stage that, regardless of rankings formed before a tournament, the teams that are here are the teams that have run their campaign and run their time to peak at this point, and I think you've seen that. So, and we've seen that in Argentina. You know, they've been under the radar a little bit, but boy, they've played some good rugby, and they showed a lot of tenacity, I thought, last week against Wales under a bit of scoreboard pressure, and came back and played well. So, yeah, first and foremost, it's easy to get focused because of who you're playing, and I guess the second thing is just the enormity of it. You know, you know that there's a bit at stake. You get people talking to you about tomorrow and trying to take your eyes off today, and it's probably as simple as that, the challenges. And like I said, you know, I've been to one 2015 where you've basically your opposition probably couldn't be bigger in our eyes, and then in 2019 we probably didn't stop being patted on the back enough after the quarterfinal, hence some of my language today. And we're just trying to redial this back, keep things simple, and let's just worry about Friday.
Okay, Liam, and then we've got time for one more.
Sam, Ian touched on the breakdown a wee bit. There was obviously a big success last week yourself, and Artie and Brody and others set the tone there. How do you get, it's obviously where the Pumas will come Artie as well, how do you go about trying to replicate success you had against Scotland?
Yeah, I suppose the breakdown's two sides of the ball, isn't it? It's us when we've got the ball attacking, and obviously the other side when we're defending. You know, we had some guys making some brilliant tackles, getting guys to the ground early, allowing some of us to get on the ball. But I think, like, put it simply, rugby's often just a game of often. There's lots of little parts, but the biggest one is just winning collisions. And when you're on the front foot, winning those collisions, it makes things that much easier. So, look, we've got a full pack from 1 to 8 that can carry the ball really well, and we've just been working hard on sort of defining that area for us and making it a real strength. And yeah, our challenge is to get out there and back it up again, because it's an area that we certainly pride ourselves on these days.
Bowden, just from your perspective, you've grown up playing with your brothers. You get to play with your brothers, and now on these occasions get bigger and bigger and bigger. Just talk to us about that familial link that you have, and the fact you look out there and these two guys that you actually share the bedroom with.
Yeah, that's right. Look, we, as youngsters playing in the backyard, we only dreamed of being here. It's one thing to play together in the black jersey. We're yet to do it in the coastal jersey. That's a dream as well. That'll be a proud moment for our family, but I'm pinching myself whenever we get the opportunity, and moments like what we got in the previous game were why we do it. It means so much to us, and yeah, it's special to be named once again this weekend and get the opportunity. So this time Mum will be in the stand. She's made the commitment to come over, so that's pretty cool.
Ollie, over there.
Aaron, I know it's a different opponent, you're a different team, but are there any, I suppose, lessons you can draw from the build up to the 2019 semi-final, and maybe what didn't quite go right that year that can help you this week and ahead of this semi-final?
Yeah, I think in the sense of just remembering the pain of it probably is a big driver, especially for a few of us boys that were there. That feeling, and probably helped us reset after, you know, what was quite an emotional and everything on the line week last week. And I think that's been the big lesson for us, is taking the positives, acknowledging the step we took and how much that cost, body, physically, emotionally, mentally, and then rebuilding and finding that edge for what is another huge game for us, and an opportunity for us to push forward in this comp, which is our ultimate dream.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, hi. You played against Argentina a number of times. You're going back to Versatility. How much you know of them, and yeah, just how much you know of them, and what do you expect from that battle to happen?
Well, it's an exciting one. I've played him a few times, and he's a great player. He spots a gap and he's very explosive, and he keeps their game going quick. Argentina have very quick ruck speed, which is something we're trying to slow down and obviously be aware of. And one of their biggest weapons is their offloading game, which they're able to. Their big boys have got good feet and great underpassing, and how they build momentum through quick ball offloading, keeping the ball alive, and sometimes that leads to ill discipline or offsides or getting desperate at rucks. So we've got to make sure we keep an eye on him, and his kicking game is pretty critical for them as well.
Okay, over here, thank you.
Another question about one of your brothers, about Geordie. He's had just over a year at 12 for the All Blacks, just staying run there. Was that always his natural position, did you feel? Is he happy when he's found that for the All Blacks? And what does he bring to the side with him?
I think it is. Throughout secondary school, playing for Francis Douglas in the first 15, he preferred playing in the midfield, and then went down to Lincoln. He and Jack Goodhue teamed up, and it was always his preferred position, being in the midfield, just being able to, he likes the combat, the physicality, and I guess through his skill set, his height, he found his place at fullback for a while. I think he's one of the few players who have played almost every position in the back line, apart from halfback. But yeah, I've been impressed with his physicality, obviously his skills to pass and kick with great distance. He's come a long way, and I think he's found his place, his position at international rugby.
Okay, Luciano.
Yeah, Miss Assistant. Basically, Argentina showed something against England which wasn't what they showed against Wales. Which team do you think will show up on Friday?
We know how physical they are, especially in the forwards, and how they run so hard. They scrum hard. They drive hard. Everything's about physicality and winning those battles for them. And then you've got plenty of skill within their backs and their speed, explosiveness. We're expecting anything, to be fair. We can only analyse what games we've seen previously. So we know defensively we've got to be really up for a physical battle for them to come through the heart there, and expect some silky footwork in the wide edges.
Okay, we'll go to James McConey and
yeah, it's a question for both of you. I noticed there was massive emotion after that Irish game, and must be huge excitement for a semi-final. So how do you stay grounded this week and not burn out before game day? What sort of things are you doing to just keep your emotions in check?
We know we've got to be better again this weekend. Simply the emotions, the intensity, it's all on the line this weekend. It's our final. Once again, it's how we treated last week's game, and we know that from previous lessons that intensity needs to be matched, if not increased, from the previous week when it comes to knockout rugby. So we're well aware of the great supporters the RGs have, and the scoreboard and all of that. If you give them a good sniff early on, they thrive off that, and they can smell blood. But yeah, we're up for the challenge. Whatever comes our way, we'll be ready.
Okay.
Can I ask both of you, in terms of your considerable experience, all the great games you played, what do you think of last weekend as a sort of a reference for modern rugby, like the 2 games here at Paris?
Yeah. As I said on Saturday night, that was the proudest All Black performance I've been a part of. The build-up, the emotion, and the game, the spectacle itself, and felt like that game went for about 2 days, and that second half felt like forever. But it was so much fun and intensity, and just 2 teams not giving up, and our boys to really stay in it, really control that last 10 minutes was the most proud point. And then to defend 37 phases, stay on side, not give away a penalty, not give them another opportunity, and for one of our senior players to nail the last moment was pretty special. And then you look at the other quarterfinal, what a game as well. So that's the beauty of this World Cup. It's been a spectacle the whole way. The French public, the French stadiums, the weather. As a player, you can't, you appreciate so much about what's gone into this tournament, and to be still a part of it is just such a blessing. And as players, it's your opportunity to make sure you prepare and give it absolutely everything each day to when you get a chance to play. And we're lucky enough to have another opportunity this weekend, and we want to be better than we were last week.
Andy Seville at the back there.
Aaron, you mentioned last weekend the highs of last weekend. How do you come back down and then go back up again? How big a challenge is that?
Yeah, I think you've just got to look it in the face and go, yep, that's we took that step. But I'm an emotional person. I use things to fuel me, and I remember being in the same position 4 years ago, and we didn't get it right that night. And this opportunity, that messaging this week around taking the learnings. But I think personally for me, going into this game, I want to really start better. My execution was off for a good chunk of that game, and I cost our team dearly with a yellow card, and my first 2 passes found no one. So personally, I'm just trying to make sure I can execute my role for the team, and I think in the second half I was able to do that, just do my job, trust my instincts, and play. So using those energy and the lessons of 4 years ago, and just trying to make sure on Friday night I'm in a position to execute my role as best as I can.
Yeah.
All quarterfinalists kicked more than the opposition. You guys have had a lot of success with your short kicking game, had success against Argentina, the kicking before. How big a part do you expect that to play also?
Yeah, we were early on in the competition quite surprised with everyone's long kicking game. With the warmer conditions, the ball was certainly travelling a lot more, so we'll still see a fair bit of long kicking, but with the conditions now, the weather's a bit cooler, it's raining, there might be a few more balls going up, contested balls along the ground, so it's all about finding that space. It's having a repertoire with many options of getting the ball there, multiple players who can also kick is very important for how we play.
Okay, in front of you.
Thank you very much. A question about people now about your captain. What has Sam Cane brought to the group in times when it has been tough over the last couple of years that has made him an exceptional leader and maybe one who will win the World Cup?
I've been very complimentary with my words towards our skip recently. A lot of you don't see or hear what he says to us in huddles and meetings. He's a leader you really want to follow because of the way he puts his body on the line, the way he defends, tackles, he's fully committed. So he's inspiring to us when he does those efforts, those actions on the field.
Yeah, totally agree with Bodie, but I just love the way he, in our huddles and stuff, he smiles in the big moments when it's getting tough. As a leader, he just puts it out there about what's going on and what we need to do next. And his Monday to Friday stuff with our leaders and pushing us and probing the right question, and then his preparation is wordless. He just shows through his actions, through his always on time, there first. He shows up every day wanting to be better, and as a player and as a guy who's played with him a long time, you get inspired by that. And then when you see him do what he did on the weekend, that's pretty, we're just all following him. And as us leaders, it's our job to help support him as best as we can as well. And he's an inspiring man.
Okay, next one there and then last one at the back.
Question for Gordon. Since 2019, you played as a 15 and Richimonga as 10, and you have a link between you. How can you describe the evolution of this link between you and Richimonga until today?
Yeah, the link or relationships grown significantly on and off the field. We understand each other more, and we understand how we can contribute to the team in different areas of the game, particularly in phase play when it gets broken up and out of structure. We're both there and we can bounce off each other, and if Richie's in the ruck, I can stand up and direct play with the halfback and vice versa. So yeah, it's been a pleasure to play with Rich, and also with D-Mac. Whoever's out there, the 10-15 combinations, very important to this team.
Last one at the back, thanks.
Hi, Gordon. I know it's a long time ago now, but how did you manage to overcome the defeat of the opening game against France? What did you learn from it? We have the feeling you get more and more insurance game after game.
You're testing my memory there. It seems like a long time ago, but we missed a few opportunities, particularly in that second half. We felt we probably deserved more points in the first half for how we played, but that's rugby. Sometimes it doesn't work like that. There were just some critical moments in the second where you've got to take those against a quality side. But like I said, it's quite a long time ago. Obviously they're a fantastic team with threats all over the park. I admire the way they play rugby with a balance of physicality and flair, and the way they find space. So yeah, we really respect them as a rugby team.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today, New Zealand versus Argentina, look ahead. We'll not be doing a live show before the team announced. They are announced tomorrow morning. Well, this morning rather, actually. What's today? Wednesday. Today is Wednesday. Oh, they are actually now. I'm actually going to the Argentina press conference today. We'll not be here at the New Zealand press conference, unfortunately, because I'll actually be at the airport about to fly back to South Africa. So I'll actually maybe have a bit of an update video on how the trip was. Maybe I'll do that at the airport a bit later. So, but yeah, I thought I'd just put a video out here, just talk a little about this game. Do Argentina have a chance? Of course they've got a chance. And what do they need to do to beat this All Black side that are threatening to be back in a big way, that are threatening to be the All Black of old and go and win a World Cup, for example. You know, some people have called this the worst World Cups, the worst All Black side ever. They could be World Cup champions if they win the next 2 games. So a lot of different things to talk about. Before I do that, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. How do you beat New Zealand as Argentina? You've got to batter them. You've got to batter them, and you've got to put them on the back foot. If you allow New Zealand to start well, to get on the front foot, to dominate collisions, to dominate set piece, to give this back line any sort of front foot ball, it's going to be a long day. Breakdown is so important. And no Pablo Matera this weekend will be a big factor for Argentina. You're going to need somebody to stand up. You've got to defend like your life depends on it. At the end of the day, you look at those the 2 victories that Argentina have had against New Zealand, one of them in Christchurch last year, by the way, which is why you cannot underestimate this Argentina side and say that this is a done fixture. Yes, I think those teams are very different. I think Argentina haven't quite been at that level since. I think New Zealand are a different level to that. But it's knockout rugby, and it's about who pitches up on the day. But those performances were characterized by them winning key moments, turnovers, for example, forcing knock-ons, creating a bit of chaos within that New Zealand side. You've got to make them uncomfortable. You've got to unsettle them in some way. That's how the Box beat New Zealand in August. If you allow New Zealand to settle into the game and you allow us All Blacks to a little bit of time, they'll start to dictate the play. They'll start to really get confident. And when you start seeing chips ahead, you start seeing chips in behind, and they start sort of really dictating where you play on the field. That's where they're so dangerous, because then all of a sudden you've had teams who are under pressure. They're maybe not clearing well. Maybe they're losing ball. Under pressure, quick turnover ball, and that's when New Zealand can strike. Quick turnover ball or a bad clearance, for example, where suddenly Argentina, the defense line isn't particularly well set. there are players in that New Zealand side that will identify that space very, very quickly and exploit it. So you cannot give them space. You've got to make sure defensively and structurally you're absolute best against the All Blacks. No matter what All Black side it is, that's what you got to do well against the All Blacks. For the All Blacks to beat Argentina, it's a similar thing, isn't it? You need your big players to get you on the front foot, hammer down that set piece, make sure the line's operating, make sure that scrum is operating. And if you're winning the collisions and you're getting on the front foot, back your players. Your Artie Severes are going to get over the line. If they're getting over the line, if Chad Brazil's getting over the line, and they're creating those half line breaks, potential line breaks, that's when New Zealand can score tries for fun. When they're creating those half gaps and they're creating those line breaks, the support player, I've seen it in person. It's incredible. As soon as one New Zealand player makes a line break, you'll see 4 or 5 absolutely busting the gut to make themselves available as an option on either shoulder. And that's where they score so many tries. How often do we see a line break and the player's got option to his right and he's got option to his left? And he can sort of pick one or he can sort of sell the dummy, for example. Their support player is really good, or else he can kick to the left or the right because he knows his wings are chasing really hard. So I think that there are certain things you can do against New Zealand. I personally would be testing them under the high ball a little bit in the early stages and seeing how they cope with that. Arsenal are not a particularly big backline, for example, but some very exciting players. Mateus Carreras, for example, had a man of the match performance a couple of weeks ago, looked actually brilliant. Obviously, the centers I think are also a big game ahead. For me, it'll be interesting to see how they go with the 10. Santiago Carreras has been preferred and will likely start. Nicolas Sanchez has looked so good off the bench, and he's a big game player. So I think he'll definitely be at the very least on the bench this weekend. A lot of it comes down to the measure of the men. New Zealand have got World Cup winners, and that will definitely make a big difference. And this is where Argentina need their big players to step up. Your Marcus Premers, your Julio Montoya's, and then your exciting players as well. Jean Martin, Hernandez. He's a phenomenal player. I think he's gonna be a world beater one day. And these are the occasions. Lucia Cinti is a very nice player as well. These are the occasions where these young next level players, can put their hands up and announce themselves on the big stage. Everyone's got that sort of breakout game, that breakout moment, that moment where you realize that they're not just good, they're great, and that they're world class. And these are the games where you can create heroes. Heroes are made in semi-finals. Get them to the first final ever. Put them in contention to win a first World Cup ever. That's the opportunity they've got. That they'll be very passionate. So discipline obviously needs to be very good against the All Blacks as well. Can't allow them to build scoreboard pressure because they do it very well. But yeah, give it a go. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon.
Hello to all three of you. Now, to understand the selection for this semi-final, what can you tell us about this game? Hello to you all. The team is going well. Everybody is on the same page. We've had a good preparation. We are prepared as we want to be, and now we are waiting for the game. Beyond this week, it is what we've been doing over the last year and a half, and especially over the last 3 months, our preparation. We have faith. Hello. I will repeat what Felipe said. We had a very short week. We had to adapt. We're very concentrated, very focused. We know we have to be focused tomorrow, and there is no secret. A question for Felipe. After the 2007 and to 2015 experience, what does this game represent in the history of the Pumas? I don't like comparisons too much. They're not the same teams. They're not the same moments. I think what we need to see is the chance to play a semi-final. You don't play a World Cup semi-final every day. We've prepared for this. We believe we will succeed in putting all chances on our side. We know what we want. For Argentina Rugby, yes, of course it's important. It's just a World Cup, but it is the World Cup. We're amongst the 4 best teams in the world. We want to show this day after day. But this competition is important because it defines us as such. It's important for all of Argentine rugby, and Argentina can be proud. Hello, Felipe. Since the start, the team has evolved quite a lot. How did you manage to get stronger, to get that work rate in the second half against Wales? Well, our approach has always been the same. It's your perception might have changed, but our state of mind has always remained the same. It's not the work we did this week that counts. It's the work we've been doing, putting in for a long time. We've had to trust a process, not just a result. It's not if we win, we are the best. If we lose, we are the worst. No, there is a whole load of work that goes in behind that. Since the first defeat, yes, at that point, the result was important, but we continued working as we worked before. We didn't change a thing. We knew we had to continue to improve. We had to overcome obstacles and bring all possible improvements to the team. But both the staff and the players really had an unbelievable exemplary attitude. They never questioned the work we'd been doing for months and months. And that's why I'm talking about it being your perception. of the 3 changes. What is the importance of the 3 changes in a team? Number 9 in particular. And what do you think of the New Zealand forwards? In terms of the changes, we are lucky enough to have 3 top-class scrum halves. They are competing against each other at each training session. It gives us problems in the selection, and we've made a strategic choice. We won't go into the details. It is a strategic issue. It has nothing to do with Willie or with Bertanou. It's something that managers and the players deal with, and I need to highlight the way that the competition between them and the luck that we have in having 3 of them is very huge. Hello. An assessment of the New Zealand pack. Well, there's not much to analyse. It's clear they are one of the best forward packs in the world. They are strong in a scrum. They are strong in a line-outs, in all their set pieces. What analysis do you want me to do? They are complete. They dominate all aspects of the game. We will have to be good enough. It's very clear. Could you give us your thoughts on the fans coming from Argentina and those coming from other parts of Europe, the people from from your club, and the importance of this for Argentina? We very much feel it. We feel their support deeply in all games. It's something very important. For me personally, it really helps me. This support. And the clubs, well, that's clear. They are a fundamental part of Argentinian rugby. And yes, it is very, very important. The energy that they give us is very positive. As Lucio says, we are very happy, we're very proud. It is much more than a team. It is a family. It is all the people behind us who help us daily in order for us to be able to give the best of ourselves. Hello, a question for Felipe. Even if Pablo Matera is injured, he knows the New Zealanders very well. He played with Crusaders for a year. What can he bring to the table? Pablo, by his very nature, is a leader. His mere presence brings us a lot. He will unfortunately not be able to be on the field, but he will be to have him here with us is huge in terms of the analysis of his experience. In one word, his experience. He transmits this experience to other players who haven't lived through, haven't been through what he's been through. We're very, very happy that he was able to stay with us. A question for Lucio. Tomorrow will be is a very important game, and Saturday will be a very important weekend for your club. In our city, it is important. How are you going to experience this weekend minute by minute, and are you thinking about all that? I try to enjoy it. I'm trying not to think too far ahead and not to play the game in advance, because that would make me anxious, would make me tense. And what I want to be able to do is enjoy it, enjoy everything that I can control. It's what's happening to us tomorrow is fabulous. And for the club, it is going through hard times. And I'm in close contact. Pablo is doing a great job with the kids. And I hope everything will go all right. That would be great. However, I'm trying to sum up. I'm trying to enjoy each moment. Good afternoon. Felipe, how do you transmit how do you place this game, the current Pumas, compared to Pumas across history in 2005, for example? Well, what I say and what counts is the 2023 Pumas. Next year, it will be the 2024 Pumas. Of course, I lived through 99, 2007, 2015. These are all chapters in the rich history of the Pumas. And there are some chapters that are more pleasant than others. But for me, these are completely different stories. Each team had its story, had its history. Each team experienced it differently. We do not repeat. We have to transmit, hand down the experience. But there are players who were there in 2015 who can also hand down, transmit their experience by remembering the good times and learning from the bad times how to improve the situation. Yes, I believe this is a historic moment, but there will be other historic moments. And maybe we'll no longer talk about history. It will just be something every day. And that in all World Cups, we'd be in amongst the top 4. Yes, I would like to know what kind of game it will be tomorrow. Where can we lose? Where can we win it? We're expecting a very tight game tomorrow. The key will be rugby fundamentals, set pieces. If we turn up, if we manage to dominate those aspects of the game, these fundamentals, it will be a good game. The result will be tomorrow at 11 o'clock, but we will be there. A question in French. Without disrespecting you, a lot of observers are already seeing New Zealand and South Africa in a final. Are you using this to motivate your players? Does it irritate you? How do you see it? How do you perceive it? And have you discussed this in the group? Yes, of course we have. We know that a lot of people, and maybe everybody apart from us, see New Zealand in the final. But for us, that doesn't matter because every game starts 0-0. We know that New Zealand is a very strong team and that they play very well, and they are favourites for this game. But for us, it's an opportunity. We will play them, we will face them down, and afterwards, as I said, there are perceptions that we are saying that we don't listen to. We don't listen to things that are said outside of our camp. We speak for ourselves and amongst ourselves, and we'll see. As Frankie said, we'll see the result tomorrow. But the only thing we wanted was to give everything and to take the opportunity to play our best rugby, and we'll see the result afterwards. I'm not worried about that.
Hello everyone, welcome to the eve of match briefing from New Zealand before the semi-final against Argentina tomorrow. We've got on the top table Damian McKenzie, head coach Ian Foster, and Anton Leonard Brown. We'll go straight to the first question.
Hi guys, I'm Sergio Stuart from Ole Newspaper. This question is for you, Mr. Foster. Well, Pumas beat All Blacks twice. In the old days, we never thought that this can be happen. But today, Pumas, for me, are the underdogs. You are the favorites. I want to know what is your opinion about the Argentinian team, and if you, I don't know that you don't want to this happen. If you think that Pumas can beat the All Blacks,
well, they're in two teams in a semi-final. Anyone can win, so that's the first mindset that both teams have probably got. So, look, we're massively respectful of Argentina. We know that they've had a great tournament. We don't sort of live in the past too much in terms of past results, because World Cup tournaments are about the present, and I really believe that. You know, it's about the best team on the night, and if you go into a World Cup semi-final with any expectation that the past is going to just happen again, then you're going to be in problems. So, look, we're just excited about being there ourselves. We've been impressed with Argentina, how they've carried their campaign. I thought it was a great victory against Wales, where they showed their tenacity, and we know that they've got that because we play them regularly, and they've always been a difficult opponent. So there'll be no surprises.
Question for Anton. You're obviously there in 2019 in that squad, and a lot's been made of that semi-final and how it unfolded. I was just wondering, could you give us an insight into the role of the leadership group this week and how vital they've been, and I suppose what happened in 2019 and helping, I suppose, ensure that doesn't happen again?
Yeah, I guess, from 2019, I guess from that experience, you learn a lot, and it's clear that we've got some outstanding leaders in the team, and pretty much all of them were there, and I know that sort of loss is driving some of them. So yeah, I guess at the World Cup experience is key, and I know it's 4 years on, but you can still look back to that week and think about what you learnt from it, and I guess make sure that it doesn't happen again, and you get this week right.
For coach, please, Pierrick for VAR Matin. With Pablo Matera injury, Facundo Isa came back in the team for Argentina, and the game plan changed a bit. Why is Facundo Isa a danger in your mind?
Because he's a good player. He looks fit, powerful, and he brings a. They've got a lot of damaging ball carriers, and he's probably at the top of the tree. So. Pretty simple, he's a good player.
Hi, good morning. A question for Ian Foster. After such a big match against Ireland, especially from the physical point of view, are you expecting a different kind of match, maybe, against Argentina? Thank you.
Look, it's different because I've got different jerseys on. It's not different from a physical side. And, I think the good thing about this game is that, we both know how tough each other is. And they're a very physical, combative team, particularly at the breakdown and particularly the way that they tackle. And so, you look at the likes of Kremer, and he's had a great tournament. And so it's a little bit of the same from what we had in the quarterfinal. And so, we're not going in with any different mindset in that space. And so the moral of the story is that it's a semi-final. We're playing a team that's that we know will scrap and fight for every little bit of possession, and we're going to have to be at our best.
We'll go in the middle and then in the back.
Tēnā tātou. I've just got some questions for Ian Foster. Given the yellow cards in the last match, how important is the discipline in the next match, and how do you prepare for that?
Yeah, nice question. I think it's always critical. We were disappointed with one thing we didn't want to do against Ireland is get yellow cards, and we got 2 of them, and one we felt was pretty debatable, and one was fair enough in the circumstances. So, but again, it's a constant. You've just got to really work hard at that. I think our discipline and accuracy has improved consistently through this tournament, and I felt that we had a really disciplined performance again against Ireland, and so I know we had a couple of yellow cards, but for a majority of that game, I felt we actually were very much in control of how everything we did. So we just got to take the confidence from that and expand it out a few more minutes.
Ian, up the back. Dan Carter was at training yesterday. I know you brought in former players throughout the season. Does someone like Dan actually sit down and speak to the team, or is it more informal?
Really informal yesterday. It was just, I know he touched base with a few players, but it's really about having him there. We've brought a number of them in, as you know, before this tournament. We've been privileged enough to have some of them around during the tournament, and the team love it. And I love it because they've got a rich history of loving this jersey and what the jersey stands for, and they've got a great way of transferring that onto this current group. And often it's not done with words. Sometimes it's just about being there. We couldn't get too close to Dan because he had a nice cream French jacket on that meant none of us could hug him because we were all dirty, so he was pretty protective about getting that dirty too. So we kept our distance, but no, it was great having him in.
Merci. Question for Jan. Prior to the Irish game, Jan,
who's that?
On your left. Yeah.
Sorry.
Prior to the Irish game, you said it's a final, and the narrative for all the boys was it's a final. Is it still a final versus Argentina, or last step to a final?
No, it's a final. It's definitely a final, and the concept of no tomorrow in the last game we had is exactly the same this one. And so, we know on a schedule there is another game for the teams that don't win the semi-final, but our mindset, and I'm sure Argentina's is the same, which is they just want to give everything they got this week, and it's all about this week, and that's how we keep things nice and simple in our mind.
And Anton, there's been a pretty consistent message from Ian and the coaches this week around the need to reset after such an emotional occasion against Ireland. In practical terms, as players, how have you gone about doing that? How have you gone about kind of, I guess, physically resetting and more importantly, mentally resetting for this game?
Yeah, I guess no doubt. It was a special one last Saturday, but you know, at the end of the day, we didn't come here to beat Ireland in the quarterfinals. You know, we come here to win the World Cup, and we enjoyed that night. We enjoyed Sunday, and then got back to work on Monday. And you know, Foz has talked about it a lot. Barrett and Oka, our mental skills coaches, just about resetting, getting back into the right mindset, and yeah, I think we did that from Monday onwards, because we know the challenge ahead tomorrow. We've got to go again, and like I said before, we're here to win World Cup, and tomorrow is another step to do that.
In the middle, please.
You'll get one soon, Damien.
But not this time. Ian, there's been a lot of talk about 2019 fueling some of the players that were there, but what's been your message over the last week and leading into this week to the players that are at their first World Cup and about what knockout rugby is all about at a World Cup?
Yeah, can I just say is that most of the talk about 2019 we covered off in about that amount of time, and it's not lingering in our mind. It's because you take the lessons at the time, and then you apply the lessons. And so I think most of the lessons we've got out of 2019 have been taken on board. I think that yes, we make sure we go back and revisit. Okay, well, what were the keys? We've done that, but this group, where I'm really proud of this group right now is that they're just loving being here where they're at right now, and they've shown. I think the hardest thing to do in professional sport is to stay in the now, is to actually be present where you're at and just to nail the thing in front of you, because there's so much talk about the past and talk about the future, and the hardest thing is to not allow yourself to get distracted by those two conversations, but just to be the best you can be right now. And we're working hard at that, and that's the coaching group as well, management team. And so I'm incredibly proud of the way the players are dealing with that, and they're not getting distracted by getting too confused about lessons from the past, because this group right now, it's got its own way of doing things, and so there's a lot of honesty within the group, and they're preparing really well, and we want to get tested tomorrow night, and we will be, and we just want to show that we can just deal with the challenges in front of us one at a time and just keep growing as a group, and that's the goal.
Damien, your luck's in. Can you be kind enough, please, to elaborate just in the comments Ian made about Dan Carter joining training and what input he had with you, and also further to that, just how pulsating it was for you also when you're on the bench last week and you didn't quite get on the field?
Yeah, I think Foz mentioned, obviously we've had them in throughout the year, and obviously they've had a little bit to do with, I guess, things we've done throughout the year, and I think the big thing is just their presence throughout their environment, especially with Desi. He's helped us a lot, particularly us kickers throughout the year, but yeah, I think it's just their presence being there, and obviously they've got a lot of experience and they're legends of the All Blacks jersey, so just to have them in and about the environment is great. Then obviously the role on the bench last weekend, it was pretty nerve-wracking to say the least. But obviously, yeah, my role as a bench player is to come on and make an impact when I can, and whenever I'm required to do that, I'll do that. And last weekend, obviously, my role was on the bench, didn't get on, but that's, as a team, you do what you need to do for the team, whether it's on the field or off the field. So, yeah, if I get an opportunity this weekend to get on the field, obviously make the most of it. But it's just a great feeling from last weekend. You could definitely show there's a lot of care in that whole for 80 minutes, particularly in that last 5 minutes. So to be a part of that victory, whether you're in the 23 or not, is really exciting.
Damien, 4 years ago you obviously weren't here through injury, and then, like you say, last week you didn't get on. Is there almost a sense of making up for lost time if you were to get on this week?
Not at all. Like I said, my role is on the bench is to come on and make an impact where I can, and I know what I'm capable of doing there, and it's definitely not about coming on to prove a point or make up for that lost time. It's about getting on and just nailing my role within the team. Usually that's to try and speed the game up most times, or be cool-headed when I can be. So, yeah, my role as a bench player is to come on and just do my job for the team, not to do anything special, play freely, and nail my role. Yeah, I'm definitely not getting out there to try to prove a point whatsoever.
We'll take two last questions in the middle and then on the side.
Ka pai. D-Mac, Anton, this question's for both of you. Lots of talk about the crowd disrespecting the haka. What's your thoughts about that? Can you even hear them? And what does the next 24 hours look like for you guys personally if you guys prep for the game? Have you guys got any rituals or anything like that?
Yeah, the haka was loud for sure, but I guess we can't control the crowd. They do what they want. For us, it's about just expressing ourselves and through the haka, and I think we did that really well. And then in terms of rituals, not too many rituals. Probably a bit of cards tonight, a fair bit of chocolate, and then tomorrow it's just sort of chill out throughout the day. 9 o'clock kickoff's quite obviously a late kickoff, so it's just about not getting too keen too early, just enjoying the day, and then looking forward to getting into it later tomorrow night.
Yeah, I think Damo covered off the haka bit, and then very similar. I'll play Damo in 500 tonight. Hopefully get the W, and then enjoy tomorrow. Obviously late kickoff, so you have a lot of time in the morning, catch up with family and my partner, and then we're into it.
I don't touch the chocolate, by the way.
A question for all three, please. How important is Hardy Savea in the All Black locker, please?
So who asked that question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, how is important is Hardy Savea in the locker of All Black?
Look, we love Hardy. He's a special player, but he's part of our group. He's got a role within our group, and he's a leader, and we love it when he expresses himself. But he'd be the first to admit that he can express himself when our group is functioning at the level that enables him to do that. So, look, he's a special man. He does some great things on the rugby park, but he's part of a group that is excited about expressing ourselves.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's preview, New Zealand versus Argentina, a Southern Hemisphere grudge match, really. And an interesting game because, you know, it's interesting how things change. A year ago, this game for me would have really been in the balance. I think a year ago we had seen Argentina beat New Zealand in Christchurch. We had seen the All Blacks, I wouldn't say in crisis, but close to crisis mode. They were underperforming. They were very inconsistent. They didn't really. You can get the feeling they knew what their best 23 was. Fast forward a year, things are a little bit different, and yet I still think this game could be quite open. I still think this game could kind of go either way. And that's for a number of different reasons we're going to get into. Very good teams being named, and a lot of respect being shown from both camps ahead of the clash this weekend. So before we go to look at the teams, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. In terms of New Zealand, they've come a long way, and they've come a long way pretty quickly, actually, if we go back to a year ago where they were beaten by the Box in Mbombela. A lot of question marks being raised, you know, that series defeat against Ireland at home, for example. And they then beat the Box in Ellis Park and then lost to Argentina in Christchurch. Now, that's been thrown around a lot at the All Blacks this week at press conferences, and they've acknowledged it. They've said, you know, we're thinking about Christchurch. And I think the biggest thing for them is complacency and not to be complacent. You know, just because they beat the #1 side in the world in Ireland last weekend does not mean that, you know, they're automatically going to beat Argentina, who on their day can beat any side in the world because they can bring them down to their level. They can get stuck in. There's different ways that Argentina can really sort of chip away at a team. I have not been overly impressed with Argentina just yet this tournament. Last weekend was much better. Last weekend we saw a little bit more of the Argentina of old. Nicolas Sanchez coming in, for example. So quite literally, excuse the pun, the Argentina of old, Nicolas Sanchez, Augustin Creevy coming off to good effect. But if we see the Argentina pitch up that we know they can pitch up, they can cause hassles for this New Zealand team. In terms of this New Zealand team itself, that is the New Zealand team. So just two changes. One, just a rotational one from the bench to starting lineup, and the other one a straight swap. Mark Telea is back in the lineup, by the way, after being left out on disciplinary grounds. He is back and will start ahead of Leicester Fainganuku. So if we look at the All Black side, it's the same starting front row as last weekend. It is Ethan de Groot, Cody Taylor, Tua Lomax. You then got Samuel Whitelock, who comes into the side, and he will start next to Scott Barrett. Brody Retallick therefore drops to the bench. Shannon Frizzell next to Sam Cane, who was brilliant last weekend. Came out and proved a lot of doubters wrong. And you could see he was out there to prove a point, and boy, did he prove it. And then Artie Sophia, who I was privileged enough to be there and watch what could have been one of the greatest individual performances I've ever seen. He was asked if that was his best performance, and he said he doesn't show. You know, he's obviously not the one to confirm or deny that, but I think it was close to his best. Aaron Smith next to Richie Mo'unga, we know what they bring, and that Mo'unga Barrett axis I'm a big fan of. Telea is back. I thought Leicester Fainganuku played pretty well in the last couple of weeks, but yeah, so they have decided to go back to Telea. So gone back to the band that they've backed in the big games the last few months. He's got Will Jordan on the other wing, Bowden Barrett at full back, who again I thought was fantastic last weekend. And then in the centre is Jordy Barrett. What a revelation he's really been. If we think that he's only been playing inside centre for about 2 years now, really. Rico Wani at 13. Then off the bench, continue with Dan Carls, Tamati Williams, and Fletcher Newell as the replacement front row. Then Brady Retallick, Dalton Papali'i, Finley Christie, Damien McKenzie, Anton Leonard Brown. A lot of X factor coming off the bench, and the likes of Christie McKenzie. Nice, a big fan of Dalton Papali'i as well. So it's a good side. It's a very good side, and it's a consistent side. You know, they've kind of found their players they really trust. Yes, they're back the other players, but I think they know their best 23. I think they know their best 15, and that's kind of how they're going with it. In terms of Argentina, this is how they line up. Just the solitary change to the starting 15 as Gonzalo Bertrano comes in there for Kobeli. So in the front row, Thomas Gajo next to Julio Montoya and Francisco Gomez Cadella. These three need to step up because New Zealand won the scrum battle against Ireland, and that was a big part of them getting that result. And so these, the Argentinian front row have got to step up and try and make sure they don't have the dominance that they had against the All Blacks. And the second row, they've got Guido Petty, Thomas Levanini with the experience, Matthias Alemano coming off the bench. And then no Pablo Matera means that Facundo Isaac comes into the starting lineup. Jean-Martin Gonzalez shifts to number 6. Marcus Kramer starts. They're going to miss Pablo Matera this weekend. There's no doubt about that. And I'd really like to see Jean-Martin Gonzalez step up. I'm a huge fan of him. I think he's going to be absolutely world-class. And I think that these semi-finals, these games are built for players that are going to be world class. This is how you announce yourself to the world. You go and have an absolute storm, man of the match performance against the All Blacks to get yourself a World Cup final. You know, those are the kind of stuff that, you know, write yourself into legend, really. And I think he's a special player that could do that kind of thing. The halfback pairing with Gonzalo Bertino and Santiago Carreras, we've seen them quite a lot this year, so they will reignite that partnership. We've then got a centre pairing of Santiago Chugabares and Lucio Cinti, quite a lot of continuity there. Mateo Carreras, who we've seen, has got that attacking flair. Mariano Buffelli and that ever-present boot of his, as well as Jean-Cruz Malia at full back. Then off the bench, the most capped Argentinian player of all time in Augustin Creevy. You've got Joel Slavi, Eduardo Belo, Matias Alemano, Rodrigo Bruni, Latura Bazan-Vales as a reserve scrum off. Nicolas Sanchez will be looking to try and seal out the game and bring that experience he brought last weekend. Matthias Moroni closing out the 23 there. Very good Argentinian side. It's about them pitching up. It's about them leaving it all on the pitch, really. It's going to take a perfect performance to beat this All Black side. They do have it in them. Will they bring it? I'm not sure. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon.
We had such great rugby, such good matchups, and personally as a Bok fan, I'm just like, right, can we just get to tomorrow already and get through that game? But no, I think I was thinking about it today. Potentially, this could be the last World Cup game I get to just watch and enjoy. Do you know what I mean? Like tomorrow's going to be stressful, and if we win, then the final's going to be stressful. I'm just going to really try and enjoy this one.
100%. Case, but I get your feeling. It's almost like you feel almost like your passion for it has died a little bit after such an intense weekend last weekend. I am looking forward to it because there's potential for history to be made tonight and tomorrow. So I really hope Argentina win, but we'll see what happens.
For sure. I think, I think last weekend, if you take 100 people and they all predicted, who there was going to win each game, there's probably a 50-50 split across almost all of them, right? It was so evenly matched. And I've said it before here and I'll say it again. I was just hoping that new rugby fans were watching those matches last weekend who had never watched the game before, because that will make you fall in love with the sport. On that note, who are we each supporting tonight? I mean, we both know tomorrow, but tonight, what corner are we each in?
I want Argentina to win. So.
Argentina. Go back
I
to
want
back.
to make the first final. It'd be great.
Yeah, no, no, I think I'm there as well. I'm definitely with an Argentina win. The Southern Hemisphere sort of support, and if I'm truly honest, I think we potentially stand a better chance if we go through, against them in the final. So no, it would be fantastic if they
counting
could,
the chickens there, Wes. Counting the chickens.
No, I'm always saying if. I'm saying if, potentially.
If, but
no, phenomenal. It would be phenomenal for them, and they have been building, and they had that disappointing start, Argentina, against England in the first game. And it would be, what a story. But it's going to be a tough narrative to get through tonight.
For sure, and I think that's a good segue just into, Argentina. I think they're clearly coming in as underdogs, right? And with that mentality, they're going to be coming in, and I think it lends itself to potentially what Michael Cheika wants. But where's our hands to you? What do you think they need to do correctly to go out and actually win this game?
Jeepers. Yeah, it's tough, when you're playing a team like the All Blacks who are just so clinical, and we saw that last week against the Irish, and who can just control the pace of the game. I think you've got to wrestle back that control from them, or at least fight for it. You might not get as much control of the game as you'd like, but if your game plan is to slow things down or speed things up, or you've got to try and force that on them. We saw the All Blacks do it last week against the Irish. We saw them dictate the pace of the game. So the basics, we know the Argentines need to do the basics, but I think it is about trying to wrestle some of that game control back. Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the All Blacks are always very quick to get the ball, go to the line. They are playing fast rugby. They want to get the game moving. So if that aligns with Argentina's game, then cool, that suits them. But I think they need to try wrestle some of it back.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's going to be particularly now very, very interesting with the rain. We've just had a look at the weather and seen 100% chance of rain. So even if it's not raining during the 80 minutes, the deck is going to be soaked, and the ball in turn is going to be. We haven't seen a massive kicking game from either of these teams. How do you think, Cole, who do you think kind of shifts that approach? Is it going to be Argentina, who are now, really piling on a lot more of the high ball, or are New Zealand going to adjust the way, going for fewer, let's say, cross kicks and less of the flash? What do you see coming from the aerial game?
Funny enough, I don't think Argentina should try an aerial game against this All Black side. Like, if any team with Will Jordan in the back line, you don't want him to have that much possession. That being said, I doubt the All Blacks will stop their crossfield kicking game, because say the ball doesn't go to hand or something like that, it makes it just as hard to defend. Like, right. a ball bouncing that is hard to defend as it is to catch and score. So I don't know. I don't see. It's an interesting one, because what England would lean into this, whereas we've seen how Argentina fared against that, and even with a man up, and Argentina haven't even played their best rugby in this tournament, and yet they're in a semi. So if they come right tonight, I reckon they have a good shout at this if they come right.
Yeah, it's interesting, because I think we've kind of now seen the ceiling of where the All Blacks can go, right? That was arguably their best performance under Ian Foster since his reign, and to beat world number ones and tournament kind of co-favorites in that manner was incredible. But where's have Argentina hit their ceiling? They clearly had a very slow start to the World Cup, and they haven't, I don't think, put really one team incredibly convincingly away. Was that performance versus Wales as good as they get, or is there more in the tank, and can they raise it?
Yeah, no, definitely, Dan. I think on that point, just very quickly, just to the guys in the chat, start getting your predictions in for tonight's game. It'd be great to see some of you already sort of getting involved and sort of saying, "Oh, New Zealand are going to take it." Argentina, there's lots of support for the Argentines. I see Will here in the chat saying, "No Matera, no win." So Will seems to think Matera is obviously a big loss there. But no, Dan, back to your question. I think if that performance against Wales is the ceiling for Argentina, then they're out, right? They have to give more than that. I'm not saying it was a bad performance. I thought it was a good performance. It got them through, got them over the Welsh. But we know that it is a more formidable opponent this weekend that they face. And I just think, they need to just take the positivity, take that platform they built from last week, they would have hopefully this week looked at what worked well, what didn't go well, tightened up the the loose nuts and bolts. And I'm really hoping we can just see them go all out, like just play some phenomenal rugby. And I think if we do see that, they do stand a chance. We were saying before we went live, like I think they stand a better chance in the rain. Kel said, and I completely agree. So if there ever was a moment for them to have almost their best game of the tournament, this might be it.
Sure. And with New Zealand, and it's a similar conversation I think for the Springboks, but having given that performance, and not just the physical side but the emotional side that goes into that, Carl, how do you think that these teams, and the All Blacks and the Springboks are the most exemplary examples of this, but how do they reset to now? They both kind of went into their last games as underdogs, and now we've actually seen a New Zealand team for the first time that's thrived under that title, which we've never had to experience because we've never known them as underdogs. But how do New Zealand reset, and what is the mental state that they need to kind of get into to go into a game like this?
I think so that both South Africa and New Zealand for this particular thing are very lucky. They've got massive experience throughout their whole squad, but massive World Cup playoff experience. They've done this before, maybe not to that level of intensity, but they know what is then required to kick off the next week, to kick off for the next game. Whereas Argentina don't necessarily have that level of experience. I think when you look at Argentina's last game, yes, Wales started very strong, but Argentina managed to get their way. They always got themselves back into it and then kicked off from there. But we still haven't seen a complete performance from them. Wales didn't play badly. I think it's certainly a good place to come from Argentina. They're now the underdogs. They've beaten New Zealand in New Zealand recently. They can do it. They know they can do it. So it now comes down to how do they control the game. Lavanini can't get a yellow card. If they get any cards, you'd kind of go, well, that's game over. Kremer can't get a card. He's a little bit more calm than Lavanini, but even Lavanini could have got a card last week. So they have to. You'd think they'd have to play the perfect game to win this, which we know they're capable of. They have Carreras on the wing, who is unbelievable in space and just so fast. And I think from last weekend, you look at the back three of that Welsh team. That's a pretty good game or back three to go up against leading into New Zealand. Rhys Zammit, Liam Williams, and Josh Adams, and then Rio Dyer. Those are four world-class players. So I think they've had a good litmus test for this game, I think.
For sure. I think that, of the Wales team, their strength, they definitely have a good strength in that back three. I think, when you with Talea coming back, obviously, coming in after his, hiatus.
Discretionary actions.
His discretionary actions, we'll leave it at that. Wes, is that going to give them an extra lift? How much does that, does he elevate the back three with, Barrett and Jordan, and will even the rain affect? I think how these back three, because I think both of these teams' back threes are incredibly talented and have all of which have match winners in it. How are they going to go about this game, in the rain, but also just with the pressure on them?
I think they're gonna need to step up and have a big performance and put in the shift. If you look at again the Springbok game last week, the players who we needed to step up and had a big game had a big game. If you look at like your Colby, I mean, we've seen that charge down. I don't know about you guys, like a million times on social media over the week. Curtly Owens is scoring a try. Colby obviously scoring his try. We've seen the Jesse Creel highlights. So there were the players who needed to step up. Irvin obviously, they stepped up and they put in a big shift. And in combination, all the small efforts and the small wins that they sort of amassed together got them the win. There was no one defining moment. Some people say, oh, Irvin's try was the definitive moment. Like, it was still it was still very, very touch and go. I mean, 1 point right to the end. So I think if Argentina, want to stand a shout here, and Setu seems to think in the chat that they do. He's saying that there's a 50% chance there, which is quite good odds, I think, for the Argies. I think they can thank him for that.
I'll take that.
But
I want that.
I think if they do want a chance, those back three, those players, the Carreras is going to have to play an absolute blinder. I think for me, his best performance has come against Japan. I think there we really saw him put on a few individual moments of brilliance, and that's what we're going to need to see again tonight. So hopefully he can get ball in hand, and as you said, it's going to be a bit wet, so maybe he decides to run it up. Keep it nice and tight, and just see what space he can find.
For sure. And you mentioned the kind of real star performers, and we love doing a head-to-head in these and really seeing the matchups today. We have Cody Taylor versus Montoya, Telea, Boffelli, Cremar, Frizzell. For Oscar, I'll start with you, but what is the matchup that you are most looking forward to, and well, first you maybe most looking forward to just from an entertainment perspective, but then also which one is most likely kind of to define the way that this match plays out?
I mean, look, Boffelli against Talia is going to be interesting. I think the kicking battle in this game, more points-wise, will be huge. Boffelli obviously is very used to, and I think we gathered it's raining in Paris, is very used to kicking in those kind of conditions. He plays for Edinburgh, so used to all of that. I think, to be honest, I think where Argentina may struggle is actually in the centres. Jordi Barrett and Rico Arni versus Chocobaras and Sinti. That's going to be an interesting part, because you look across the back threes, both are fairly strong. I mean, obviously, I would back on most days New Zealand's back three. I think Betrano might struggle against Smith, but it's interesting that New Zealand brought Whitelock back into the starting lineup, gone for experience.
Yeah,
experience does win World Cup, so it's not a bad shout.
Yeah, maybe big. It's a little promotion after making the defining turnover in that last game. I mean, I can't remember. I was very surprised when he actually didn't play in that last game. But yeah, I think that's 100%. I think those centers is going to be an incredible matchup, and maybe where Argentina feel. I mean, All Blacks will feel they have the upper hand. And for yourself, what's the matchup you're most looking forward to?
Yeah, well, I was actually going to touch on the centre pairing as well. So we all seem to be pretty much in sync there. I was going to say, I think that's going to be a massive ask for Chocobaras and Sinti tonight. It's going to be a huge effort from them. So again, we speak about those players needing to put a big shift. These two are going to have to be on it, and it's actually the whole team is going to need to sort of support where they can. You know what I mean? They would have hopefully looked at footage and whatnot and seen, okay, these are where the guys like to attack. And there's just small things you can do as a team, where if they're going to be targeting sort of channel 1, whatever, 2, 3, you just make those small adjustments and you support them. But really, one-on-one, I think the front row will be quite a good matchup. This New Zealand side was touted for not having the best front row, right? I think we at Forever Sports, at least in the group chat and whatever, we were saying before the Irish game, we were saying, okay, that front row is going to be the demise of them. This is what's going to be their Achilles heel. And then they ended up getting 3 or 4 scrum penalties, so sort of proving us all wrong. So I think the New Zealand front row will be pretty pumped up from that. But we know the Argentines like a scrum as well, and they'll be looking to sort of put in their dominance. So I think I know it's not exactly your question, Dan. Apologies, but definitely I'm looking forward to the battle of the front rows in the scrum time.
Yeah, I guess you don't often. It's harder to speak on just a 1-versus-1 rather than a we I guess now we've touched on the midfield pairing and now the front packs. Carl, who's dominating the scrums today?
I tell you what, Gajo has been playing bloody well this tournament. I think he's been really good. It's Argentina's front row, or rather their whole forward pack is quite a heavy unit. Just looking at some of the names in there. I think scrums will be about equal, to be honest. I think on the loose, I think New Zealand have it a little bit more. with Adi Sevilla. I mean, it's not really many better. But yeah, I think with Argentina, their key thing to start off the game immediately is manage emotion. They need to stay level-headed for full 80 minutes, and if they don't, they will come undone. But I was actually thinking about it, going back to talking about matchups, and one person who absolutely has to have the game of his professional life is Carreras at fly half, because Moanga is playing unbelievably well, and Carreras at fly half, I would argue, is lucky to be starting.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what a performance by what's it called, Nicolas Sanchez, and he came on. He got man of the match after playing, I think, 15 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, and I mean, we even saw that he kicked that 50-meter goal. I think it was versus Samoa, to then actually kind of settle the game earlier in the group stage. He's kind of been a whole, him and Creevy, when they come on, a whole new energy has engulfed the stadium. And I think it's a good transition to kind of, there's a lot that's been spoken of and watched, and we've all seen the support of the French and the Irish, and what the World Cup will mean without them. But I think you could argue that the Argentinian support has been, per capita, even bigger and better than theirs. How is that going to affect the mood tonight? Can the Argentine support lift them with the influence of their really old, historic kind of go-to players, the Nicolas Sanchez, the Creevies? Is that going to be a lift? And, let's say if they can lift, what is too far gone if they are, down when they come on? What can they come back from?
Yeah, no, I think we've seen with the box that this idea of kind of your best players starting isn't really true anymore. Now, that might still be the case for some teams. Some teams I think still do. It does kind of fit that mold. You put your best and brightest on, and you try to get as far as you can, and then you bring on the second stringers, who are still in their own rights very good, but not as good as the Oaks who started, and hopefully that you've done enough with your first 15 to see out the game. But we've seen with the box that it's now, it was the bomb squad, and now it's the starters and finishers, and there's different roles, and I think that's potentially what we see in this Argentine side a little bit as well. You've got your Carreras starting at 10, and then you've got your Nicolas Sanchez, who play two very different roles, supporting, complementary, but as you said, there's a different energy that comes on when they come onto the field. So it could be something like that, very similar to the Springbok model about trying to bring on starters and finishers. There is a risk, though, that your starters might not start well and leave too much for your finishers to do. That is a real concern. And so, yeah, I think if the RGs go down by, I'm going to say more than 15, I think it's going to be a very tough ask for them to sort of get ahead. I think 10 points is 2 converted tries, and we know how quickly some of these RGs boys can score. And we saw them, kicking away, chipping away at that. But I think 15 points is then psychologically, there's just something about that kind of like more than 2 tries, even though it's just a point more, right? Yeah. Two converted 14. I think it gets a bit much for the RGs.
For sure. And you mentioned kind of, I guess not being too out of range. We saw Wales go 10 up quite quickly against them, and then all of a sudden Bafeli had just knocked away a couple 3-pointers, and that deficit was all of a sudden vanished. Carl, are the Argentines taking any 3 points on offer today, particularly first half? At what point do you see them changing that up, or is it going to be, if there's opportunity to get points on the board, we're taking them?
Look, it's semi-final rugby, and I think it depends on the scoreboard. I think if they're within 10 at any time, they'll probably take the points. It's when you start playing, like Wes said, 15 points down, you have to start thinking, right, we need to get more than 3 here. So it depends on the points at the time. It depends on a whole factor of things, but I mean, they do have Bafeli, so he can launch them over from most places, and he's generally very accurate. But it's to start with, it's purely containment. But go at them, go at the All Blacks. They've been very passive in defence throughout the World Cup until I'd say Ireland, where they were quite aggressive. So let's see how much they respect, how much respect they give to Argentina. It's a big ask, but they can do it.
For sure. I think a common thread of this Ian Foster All Blacks team is and frankly been up and down, right? They've put in these wild performances. We saw the one at against the Springboks at Ellis Park last year when his job, Foster's job was on the line, and they put the Springboks to the sword. I mean, none bigger than last weekend. But then again, losing games or even getting in positions where they could have lost games. I mean, to think that they could have lost versus this Australian team, not more than like a month and a half ago, it's crazy. So, Wes, is that bad performance? Does it linger in their mind? Is it there? How can they navigate that and the Argentinas get into a place where, at 70 minutes gone, there's still a chance?
Yeah, no, I think for the All Blacks, I think there's a pedigree about them, and yes, those performances might linger, but what will be more present, I personally believe, is that pedigree, that winning history, the being the most successful rugby side in the world. That also the coaching staff, the support staff will start to kind of feed that in, knowing they've been here before, and then also looking to recent form. Yes, they got absolutely drilled at Twickenham by the Boks, right? And that'll be the most recent thing. I think even more so than the loss to the French. Do you know what I mean? I think because I think they did go into that French game as underdogs, and it was at home, and so that loss will hurt, but I don't think it'll hurt as much as getting absolutely pumped by the Boks. So that for me is their biggest challenge to overcome. But in recent form, so putting good points on Namibia, putting good points on Uruguay, dealing well with the Italians. Sorry, Stevie P. Do you know what I mean? Like they're building and they've been putting in good performances, and I think they'll be feeding off of that. And then obviously finding a way to win against the Irish. That I think they'll go to that place. I think they're too well trained to potentially go into this game arrogant, right? I think the biggest chance that Argentina have is if New Zealand come in here and don't respect them and just sort of say, well, we've got this in the bag. I don't see the All Blacks doing that. That would be a huge error, but I don't see them doing it. So for me, there's no way.
Okay, sure, no way. I'm sure there were people in a similar thought pattern this time 4 years ago when England took on the All Blacks. Carl, I'm sure you'll enjoy rewinding back to that moment. But
only that moment.
Is that a scar that do you think New Zealand will carry with them, that semi-final loss? I mean, they really got blown out of the water, and it's a pretty similar camp. A lot of these players would have been there that day, knowing what it was like. I think, England weren't as big underdogs as them, but I think New Zealand definitely weren't the underdogs that day. So, is there any part of that that's lingering in their minds?
Well, I think that despite, New Zealand are arguably, they are almost the most winning sports team on the planet, but they also have this tendency to hiccup at certain points. And whether it was France, England in the last World Cup. And one thing I was thinking about early on in this chat is that England got smoked by South Africa in 2007, and then they end up playing them in the final. It could be a total repeat of that. It's unlikely, but it could be. And if ever Argentina was going to win just the most important game of their lives, it would be this one. And I really, really hope it happens, as unlikely as it statistically is. New Zealand, I think they go into this just not worrying about what's come before. I think they've rectified the issues they've had, and I don't think in the specific areas where New Zealand are weak at the moment, that Argentina have such an overtly strong presence in that area that will allow Argentina to be like, right, we are owning that part of this game. Argentina have to have a complete game or they don't win. And that's a good thing to go into a game with.
No, for sure. I think before we move on, I think let's just take a moment to thank the Forever Sports sponsors in BOYLESPORTS and BITDEFENDER, who make a lot of this possible, and of course to the viewers who are ever loyal to us and enjoy our ramblings, and to those that subscribe, join the 53,000. Let's make it 60 before the end of the World Cup. I mean, this time last week we broke the 50 barrier. Why not 60?
That's a good point.
But lads, one last thing to touch on before we hand over to Mr. Stevie P. I'm going to have to get a points prediction and a man of the match from each of you.
Ooh.
Carl, how about you to start?
Man of the match. That's something I haven't done before. I'm going to say, I'm going on what I want to happen, not what I think will happen. I think Ardie Savea will get man of the match in a losing performance, and I think Argentina will win by 2.
Now tell us what your SUPERBRU says.
my SUPERBRU. I think I told you I didn't really. I've given up hope on that, and I said Argentina by 3, I think, or 7 or something.
Wow. Okay.
Wow. By 2.
I said England to win by 7, so I don't care anymore.
I don't know if BOYLESPORTS will be too happy with that. And yourself, Wes?
Yeah, I think in terms of a prediction, I've gone. I'm gonna stick with my SUPERBRU. I think I've gone New Zealand by 18. So I do see it opening up. I think if they can, if they can get ahead and stay ahead, I think it has a tendency potentially to open up even more. So I think 18 is quite conservative. We never know with the rain, and maybe the RGs have got some tricks up their sleeves. In terms of a man of the match performance, though, I think, the way he was playing last week, Richie Mo'unga, is poised to put in another massive performance. And if he can control his team, especially if it starts to become really tight, and they're going to look to him to start, conducting. So, yeah, I think Richie has the potential to walk away with that man of the match.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat. I think I'm also going Richie Mo, just pulling strings, really just at the top of his game. I think I'm going, as much as I would love Argentina to do it, and my heart is there, I am white and blue today, but I think New Zealand by 12. And I think it will be a case where it's that points difference where still in the last 6 minutes, it's like, just if Argentina get one here, everyone is going to, be on their feet. And I think that would be insane for the crowd. So, but I think if they can get to 65 minutes and be within 12, I think it's as much theirs to win, because as much as they don't have the credentials at this level and haven't gone on and won it, they're gonna have the belief, and as you said, Wes, I think keeping it's just about the composure that you can keep in those big moments, and that's it's those kicks and penalties and really just taking your opportunities when they present themselves. But thank you so much. Lads, you'll be able to see us at halftime, where we'll be mid-conversation or mid-match and having a conversation of what has gone down. Hopefully, it hasn't been a blowout, and maybe Argentina are leading by 12. Who knows? But yeah, soon we'll be all joined by Stevie P, and he'll take you through until the match begins in 25 minutes.
Right, thank you very much, gentlemen, and welcome to the stream. If you are just tuning in, my name is Stevie P, as you can hopefully read it, and you guys are with me for the next 2 hours, basically. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. It is finally time. 4 will become 2, and we will have our semi-finalists in just over 24 hours, basically 26 hours, and we will have our 2 finalists for the World Cup. So it's been a hectic World Cup. It's been a long World Cup. It's been a up and down World Cup. It's been the highs, the lows. It's been absolutely everything, and I cannot tell you how excited I am to watch not only tomorrow's match but this match. I'm so chuffed for Argentina that they are playing in this game, and yeah, I was in a bit of a weird situation last week because Argentina were obviously playing against Wales, and I love Argentina. In fact, I was desperate to try and get myself an Argentina jersey whilst I was over in France. I ended up getting a Racing 92 jersey, which I think counts because it's the same colours. But at the same time, as much as I love Argentina, I said at the beginning of the tournament that I thought this Welsh side could actually go quite far. So part of me was just sort of saying, well, you know, a bit of credibility would be nice to see Wales go far, but absolutely love this Argentina side. So many players that are absolute heroes. You know, Julian Montoya, one of the most heroic captains out there. Nicolas Sanchez and the return of Nicolas Sanchez. What a tournament he's had, and what an amazing moment he had last weekend. I'm a huge fan of Jean-Martin Gonzalez. I think he's absolutely world class. I think he's going to be a phenomenal player. Emiliano Buffelli, you know, how can you not rate him and like him and appreciate such a phenomenal player? So yeah, it's so much jeopardy there was so much jeopardy in that game. And then obviously this game, I'm all in Argentina. Well, I want to see the underdog, don't we? I mean, if you're a New Zealand fan, don't take us personally, but I think all of us are egging on Argentina. And that's not even got, for me, got to do with if the Box win tomorrow, having an easy opponent, because I don't think there's such a thing as an easy opponent when it comes to the sort of stage of the tournament. You know, some people are saying that England had a really straightforward, you know, way of getting here, and therefore, you know, we should be, you know, it should be straightforward. But it's not going to be straightforward. That much we know. You know, as England's side are confident, they've gotten themselves here through determination, through decent tactics at times, and some very good individual performances. So there are no gimmies when it comes to the semi-finals. Chris reckoned last night, he was saying there could be a couple of blowout games. He reckons this could be one. So it's interesting to see how the teams start and where that'll sort of really dictate how this game goes. But before we really get into the coverage and talk about it, I'd like to talk about our partners, BITDEFENDER and BOYLESPORTS, who have really made so much of this tournament possible. You know, we were on the ground. This is actually the first watch-along I've done back in South Africa since South Africa versus Scotland. That's how long I was away, and it was phenomenal. I mean, being in France on the ground, being at the quarterfinal between New Zealand versus Ireland. I didn't get to watch Argentina play, which I was a bit upset about, but watched so many different nations: Chile, Romania, Namibia, New Zealand twice, France, Uruguay. I got to watch so many cool nations, and I can tell you right now that the buzz in the stadiums, the atmosphere outside the stadiums, inside the stadiums, is something quite special, to be perfectly honest. And a big shout out to BOYLESPORTS and BITDEFENDER, who helped get us there. So BOYLESPORTS have got some phenomenal price boosts for this weekend. Chris did his weekly betting show earlier, and his price boosts are actually now on the website. So you don't even have to, if you're new to betting, go and sign up. I'm going to drop the link in the description. We'll talk about BITDEFENDER in a bit as well. But I'm going to drop the link in the description. Go right now and sign up for BOYLESPORTS. It'll be giving away free bets. So that's going to be coming in. We're going to be giving away free bets. So if you guys are new to it, for example, we'll give you a free bet where you can go and experiment, for example, and learn how it all works. The best thing to do if you are new to the game is to go and watch Chris's, not only his betting show, but also his segment on the fan forum. He's absolutely killing it at the moment, by the way. He's on a phenomenal run in that fan forum segment. I think his return on investment sitting over at about between 50 and 60%, which is proper. So yeah, you can do what I do, which is basically, you know, wait to find out what Chris reckons and then lock those bets in. And yeah, so they've got some really cool individual bets, tailor-made bets just for you guys. So go and check out BOYLESPORTS. Go and sign up for them. They are recently launched in South Africa, so some very cool sign-up deals as well. You get 100% first deposit bonus, up to 1,000 Rand and 25 extra spins on their playing platform. So yeah, it's a very cool offer there. So go and check them out. And then BITDEFENDER, after securing your devices, the reason that we don't go down and that we are managed to bring you guys to this with so much confidence is the fact that we are so well protected with BITDEFENDER, who lock us down. And also, they've got a fantastic VPN, for example. They've got various different products. So go and check out both the links in the description. Go and show support to our partners, because of them that we got to do things like go to France, like we've got our panel, that we can bring you coverage that we do. Our live track and stuff like that. All these are because of our partners. So please do go show them the support, and they'll continue to support us. Right, we talk about some teams, shall we? We've got just over 20 minutes to go, as you can see by the clock over there, 20 minutes and 16 seconds. So we're going to be going through the teams, we're going to be looking at some matchups, we're going to be looking at where the game can and won't be lost. And whilst we're doing we're going to have a look at the New Zealand team first, who are the home side for tonight. And whilst we're looking at that home side, I want you guys to do a check-in. And I'm going to come to that check-in when I finish the team view. I want you guys to let me know where you are watching from. Where are you in the world, for example? Are you South African, watching from various places? So I want to know where you're watching from and who you are supporting. Buenos Aires supporting Argentina, China supporting New Zealand, for example. Let's do a check-in in the comments. Let's see if we can. I like to play a bit of. It's almost a bit of bingo, really, where we basically just try and tick off as many different countries and continents that we're being viewed in as quickly as possible. So whilst we look at the New Zealand side, please do go and let me know where you're watching from, and we'll come back to that and see how many different teams and countries that we do have watching. So but before that, in case you have not been paying attention during the week, and in case you are new to the channel and stuff like that, we are going to show you the team in just a second, and you can go and have a look at exactly who Ian Foster have backed to get the job done. It's an interesting side. It's in that he hasn't made too many changes, but Mark Telea is back. Let's have a look at all the experience. Let's have a look at all the different players and the different combinations, because this is the New Zealand side that is being backed to get the job done by Ian Foster tonight. Right, so that is your New Zealand 23 for this evening. Not too many changes being made by Ian Foster, which is not surprising, really. You know, it's a case of, I suppose, if it's not broken, don't fix it, isn't it? And, you know, it's why would you change a team that beat, you know, the #1 side in the world last weekend? So, you know, the answer is you don't really. And that's fair enough. I think that is fair enough. I wouldn't make too many changes. Same thing with the box. You know, you've got a team that works. It's a semi-final rugby. You cannot afford to ever underestimate your opposition. And I don't think that's really been done here. So the only tweaks is that Barrett will start on the bench with Samuel Whitelock coming into the starting lineup. Mark Lair comes in with a straight swap to Leicester Fainganuka. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it, isn't it? So just the two changes there, really. It's a proper New Zealand side. Tara Lomax, I think, is going to have a big role to play. That front row, really, very experienced. Ethan de Groot being the less experienced player. He himself's got 20 caps. He's 25 years old. So plenty of experience. The second row, mental amount of caps. Over 200 caps between the two players. Even Scott Barrett, who's the least capped lock of the three in the team, is sitting on 67. So there is so much experience in this pack. You know, Sam Kane is closing on 100 caps for New Zealand. RDCP has got about 80 odd. I think he's making an 80th appearance. It's a great pack. It's a great backline. It's a very good halfback pairing. Also, plenty of experience. You know, it's only really, you know, your Mark Talayers who are really sort of quite new to the international scene. So that experience can be pivotal because it comes down to big moments during semi-finals, and that's when I'm very interested to see Argentina, because I think they've got some very exciting players, but a couple of them inexperienced, which are the most exciting players. You know, I think of Lucio Cinti, I think of Jean-Martin Gonzalez. Those are two players who are incredibly exciting, but not tremendously experienced. And that's not to say you can't play well. I always say that these games, you should be treating these games as your opportunity to make that breakthrough, you know, to write your name into the history books, write your name into the pundits' books, write your name into people's hearts, which sounds very cliche, but it's true. Imagine, you know, Jean-Martin Gonzalez goes and has a man-of-the-match performance tonight, gets Argentina to a final. Imagine what that would mean to the people back home, to the Argentinians back home. And, I mean, they are so passionate as fans. You know, you've got this opportunity to endear yourself with the fans, to write yourself into that sort of a little bit of history. So there's a lot of opportunity. So in terms of the Argentina side, we'll have a look at it now. I'm seeing a couple of people checking in. I'm seeing that we've got people from Canada supporting New Zealand, Slovenia supporting New Zealand, Cheryl saying she's from South Africa supporting Argentina, JPAC is a Kiwi supporting the men in black. So please do continue to check it in the comments over there. But before we sort of really build up into the game and find out exactly what's happening, let's have a look at exactly who is going to be starting for Argentina and who Michael Cheika is backing to get the job done tonight. Right, so that is your Argentinian side, which, by the way, is on the field. The teams are out, and if you are watching, you'll be hearing the national anthems about to begin. And I'll tell you what, that is one of my favorite parts of being in France, was listening to the anthems. So much passion, so much energy, and just so, that was a sort of a time where you kind of sit back and you realize how lucky you are to be there. I can tell you right now, this Argentina anthem, which has just begun, is going to be one of the most passionately sung these players have ever done. And that means we are just 7 minutes away from kickoff, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. 7 minutes. So, strap yourself in and get ready for what is going to be bumper action in a little over 6 minutes' time now. It's going to be mental. We've still got a haka to get through. We've got New Zealand anthems. We've got a bit of time, which means I want to keep checking in. I want to go through some of the comments over here. Give me a question. What are we thinking? Is there anything you want me to chat about? Let me know in the comments below there. And so Andrew Dumini is saying SA supporting Argentina, and it is saying, I'm glad you're looking better tonight. I'm looking forward to the game. Wow. It's a fair comment. It is a fair comment. I do apologize. I know I haven't been looking my best these past few weeks. It has been rough on the ground. Last night I was back in my own bed, and probably the first time I slept more than about 5 hours in about almost 6-7 weeks. So yeah, not that I went to bed much earlier, but anyway, it is nice to be back home, and I'm glad a little bit of sleep has made me look hopefully a little more palatable. So thank you, I appreciate that. But anyway, what else is anybody got to say? Andrew says URC starting tomorrow, going to be awesome. Yeah, so we will be live for both the Lions game as well as the Sharks game tomorrow. ZT saying 34-12 to the All Blacks. I'm glad you started that. I want to know your score predictions. Let's start getting them in here, people. Get them in the comments. Let me know who you are backing. Let me know what GR you see. Vamos, says Julia Montoya. Vamos. And it's just imagine Argentina do it. I'll be so chuffed. I'll just be so. If there's ever a team that deserved a moment like this, it's got to be the RGs. So much respect between us, the two nations. A little bit like South Africa in terms of culturally, not massively different. Rugby wise, very, very passionate, very, the fans do sort of live and die by rugby. So it's a very, very cool team that I think a lot of South Africans are very easy to get behind. So we've got the New Zealand anthem underway, then we'll have the haka, and then we will have kickoff. So as I said, if you're not ready, I don't know how else you can get ready, to be honest. I mean, if you're not ready by now, then I can't really help you, to be honest. I can try, but I don't know what else I can do to make you ready for the biggest match of the year so far. This one is, tomorrow will also be the biggest match, but that is tomorrow's problem. This is tonight's problem. I hope you got your beverages. By the way, I am drinking a Castle double malt, which is why it's kind of spinning. It's green with the green screen. And I'm back on the South African beers, and I'll tell you what, France had some very nice beers. I will give them that. They're known for their wine. I don't drink wine. They did have some very nice lagers. Blonde ale is a big thing over there. I am so excited to be back on the SA lager. Had a Castle Life draft earlier. Nice, like a porn out there. That was very nice. Now I've got some double malts on the table here. We've got a full fridge stocked up for the weekend. So yeah, very nice to be back here and drinking my SA beers. But let's give me some score predictions here, people. Frank Martin's going 27 points to 18 Argentina. Andre Dumini's going Argentina 27, New Zealand 24. That's what I love to see. People backing the underdogs. People backing Argentina to get the job done. And, it'll be incredibly special if they were to do it. Now, they will swap sides, will the two teams, as New Zealand prepare for the haka. What a special haka this is going to be. And, at the end of the day, after that, we're going to have 80 minutes of rugby, after which one team, well, hopefully after 80 minutes, maybe there will be extra time, a kickoff. Might even say kickoff, imagine. Are Argentina going to do anything special? Are they going to, Ireland brought out the figure of 8. Yes, they will. I think they have to be by the halfway line, so it looks like they'll probably approach them. They'll take them on. Argentina, Ireland did the little 8 there. England did the U, and Joe Marler crossed the halfway line, which he wasn't supposed to do. So Argentina have taken up residence on the 10-meter line, which has given them a little space. So they might be walking up or doing something. So we'll have to wait and see. Sean Daniels says, shouting for New Zealand for the love of my Kiwi friend MJ. She's the salt of earth and love. And Peyton Ruder saying, go New Zealand. Cade saying 30 points to 5 New Zealand. Lucas saying 32-0 New Zealand. backing big victories for New Zealand there. Whilst we watch the archive, shout out to BitDefender and BOYLESPORTS, who are our partners. Go and check them in the description. Go and get yourself a BOYLESPORTS account and follow good old Chris, our betting expert, who I'll tell you he's on a streak. So you can go, if you're new to betting, he'll explain everything on his betting show, explaining you how they all work, stuff like that, on BOYLESPORTS, who are our resident betting partners. We have something incredibly special planned for you next week. The ultimate final preview. It's something we've never done as a channel. It's going to be a whole new trip, and that's thanks to BOYLESPORTS. And then a big shout out to BitDefender, who are locking us down with world-class cybersecurity, phenomenal VPN, and they're keeping us really safe from a cybersecurity point of view, because obviously we can't go down. You know, we've got things to show you. We've got watchalongs to do. You know, we can't afford to have our stuff be compromised, and they're locking us down. So go and get themselves one of the most affordable cybersecurity solutions, as well as one of the best in the industry. And nothing there from Argentina in terms of, they haven't moved though. That's the thing. They haven't moved. They still haven't moved. Now they're starting to move towards a circle. So they wouldn't take on the All Blacks as such, but they didn't move. That was their version of taking them on, wasn't it? They stood firm. Marcus Kramer, he was literally licking his lips. And now, last words from Julian Montoya. Just start well, Argentina. Let's see. If you know what, if New Zealand are going to win, I want them to really earn the victory. That's the one thing. The one thing I really want out of this game is that whoever's going to win it, earn it. Earn that victory. You know, I don't want to see this being a blowout. I don't want to see a team, you know, where it's far too easy. I want to see these two teams really earn tonight's victory. I want to see them have to fight for it. I want to see it go right to the end, because that's what makes the World Cup special. I mean, the games last weekend, there was never a game that was done. There was never a game where the result was finished within, with 15 minutes to go. Every single game came after that last sort of 5 to 10 minute period. And that's what I want to see tonight as well. I want to see a close game. I want to see this Argentina side put in the performance of their lives. And I'll tell you what, Michael Cheika, I was talking about this in the group. If he were to win tonight and get to a World Cup final, we're talking about one of the greatest coaches ever, really. He's won World Player of the Year before. Got into a World Cup final with Australia. He's won Super Rugby's. He's won, I think, Champions Cup and Premierships, for example. He's won a lot. And if you get Argentina into a final, I'll tell you, we have to start talking about him as one of the best coaches out there. Which I think is fair. He's a bit of a strange chap. Very entertaining, very relaxed these days in the Argentinian environment. So yeah, I think he's benefited a lot from being in a bit more of a relaxed environment than he was in Australia. So yeah, Argentina will be playing right to left, by the way. New Zealand will be receiving kickoff. It is Santiago Carreras with ball in hand. We are seconds away from kickoff. We're waiting for the countdown. And it is Angus Gardner, by the way, in the middle. He'll be assisted by Nick Berry and Carl Dixon. Ben Whitehouse from Wales will be in the TMO box. Just waiting for the all clear here. Marcus Kramer. What a game I think he's set to have. I think if Argentina win this, I'll very much be surprised if he's not in the man of the match discussion, because he is that effective when he gets going. And here we go. He asked it okay. The ball goes up. It's going down the middle. It's a big chase from Argentina, and it's an early test for Burton Barry. Takes it well. He brings up that left boot of his. Fires it out. Will not find touch. Right, there's an opportunity here. That's a good take there. John Cruz Maria and Argentina right on the front foot immediately. Popping it up here. Looking for options. Looking to go wide immediately here. Now that's Lucio Cinti. Good carry as well. Up to the 22 meter. Good carry there as well. Nice quick ball here for Gonzalo Bertrand. One of the 2 changes to Argentina. But I think it's a solitary change now that I say that. Very nice start. Getting over the advantage line. Very nice start. A couple of nice carries here. Moved down to the right-hand side. Running through the hands here. Malia comes inside. And that's Marcus Kramer. So I think that's Emiliano Buffetti. He drops inside. Now, solid carry there coming from Thomas Lavanini. They're working their way towards the left-hand side. Just inside that 22. Now, they spread it out wide to the captain. Good carry there from Francisco Isa into the side. That's the second for Pablo Matera. Carreras gives it away to Mateo Carreras, his namesake. Into the 22. Going further into 22, Argentina. Nice flat ball there from Lavanini. He steps inside and eventually brought down by Sam Kane. Good ball potential this year as they go into their 13th phase to Argentina. Now the big man, Francisco Gomez Cadella, the big tight head, carrying it up as they shift it towards the right-hand side here. Carreras looking to go himself, puts it to the boot, and it kicks through to Richie Mwanga. So possession back to New Zealand. It was a good attempt there. I think it was Jean-Martin Gonzalez trying to get over the ball, but it is available for Aaron Smith. He's got a couple of options there, and he pops it up towards, I think it's Taro Lomax, to get a bit of a better angle. Right by the poles on the left-hand side. It goes back towards Geordie Barrett. It's a bit of a snap kick there, and it's gone out just in front of the 22, so it'll still be a line inside the 22 for Argentina. So not the best exit there came from Geordie Barrett. Under a bit of pressure. What a period of play that is for Argentina. The perfect start to the game, really. Putting New Zealand under a lot of pressure. And they have a nice attacking line early on, which is exactly the type of start that they would want. Again, I feel like you need, for Argentina, they start this well. They get early points here. They're a side that lives off the energy, aren't they? You know, they live off the occasion. And if they can get a bit of passion underneath them, and if they can get the crowd behind them, that's where they really feed off that energy and can start to cause damage. So set piece here, huge aspect of the game. And Julio Montoya is going to have to be very accurate throughout the game. And he's going to go to Jean-Martin Gonzalez, comes down very quickly, goes to Carreras, who pops it up short, to Marcus Kramer, who goes bashing over Artie Sevilla and Mark Talaire, making that inside ball there coming from Manuel Baffelli, slightly isolated. But penalty advantage here for Argentina. Julio Montoya picks up and goes. He's brought down by Shannon Frizzell. Ball available for Gonzalo Bertino. He goes to Cadella. Geordie Barrett completing the tackles. Got Barrett getting his hands on. I think he was allowed to play that, but they are going to go back for the penalty, which will be kickable, especially when you've got the class of Emiliano Baffelli in your side with that reliable boot of his. So, yeah, I'd personally be very surprised if Montoya calls for anything besides the full Monty in terms of gaining the guaranteed 3 points here. Yeah, so he's having a bit of a think here. We'll eventually point to the polls. Right decision, right decision. I don't think it was ever really a debate about whether they would go to polls or not, but they have pointed to the polls. Yeah, here we go. So what are we saying over here in the comments? What a period of play that was for Argentina. And Chatsport earlier was saying score prediction New Zealand 35-19. Nathan saying New Zealand for the win. And Ned said some of the commentators interact with us on the stream. Well, I'm here. Throw out your comments, and when I can and as I can, I will read them out. And Andre's watching from Rudaput. And Jackie's saying go New Zealand. Right, so Emiliano Baffelli will have his full shot at goal. First shot at goal, not full shot at goal. And it's about, as you can see on the tracker, just inside that sort of that marker there on the right-hand side for Argentina. Pretty straightforward, this really for Baffelli, as the shot clock goes down to 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and there it is. Off he goes. Good work there from Emiliano Baffelli. And Argentina get first blood. I said this was so important. Now, the next thing they're going to do is exit well. That's a perfect start for them. Good pressure, good ball carrying. You're getting into 22. Nicely worked from right to left. More to the point, ball retention was very good. Got through quite a lot of phases there. Rode a good set piece. Won the penalty. Took the 3 points. And there it is. As you can see on the scoreboard there, first blood goes to Argentina. They do lead in the semi-final after a very good 5-minute period. And now Bowden Barrett will get us back underway. He looks like he's shaping towards the right-hand side. Does go down the right-hand side. And goes just out 22. It's a good take and a very, very good take coming from Jean-Martin Gonzalez. He was almost dropped as he went backwards. So Argentina securing the ball. They go to Thomas Lavanini on the right-hand side. Good carry from him. And now this is going to go back to Carreras. And that's looking like a decent kick. No in fine touch, but it's pretty deep into Richie Mwanga, who comes inside to Bowden Barrett. Now Bowden Barrett's got options. He decides to go to the boot. He's put that quite far. I don't think this will be competitive. It's well taken out of the air. I think it's by Carreras. And Dan Coles is arriving. Sorry, Corey Taylor rather. Now options there. Carreras eventually going to the boot, just chipping behind. A bit of a slip there from Richie Mwanga. He manages to get up in time. He's looking at his options, looking to go to the boot. Decides to chip it ahead towards the right-hand side. On the bounce, it goes to Gonzalo Bertrand, who's got a bit of pace about him. It's a Mateo Carreras, in fact. Up to the 10-meter line. He's so excited with ball in hand as Carreras. Ball's available. Eventually, Bertrand managed to get it. Once again, Carreras, Santiago this time goes to the boot. This will be contestable. Mark to the air. Ball to Francisco Isa. He's still going. Go, mate! And he gets it away to Baffelli. Baffelli shrugs off one. Into the 22 go Argentina. That's a brilliant penalty one. That's Sam Cane as well as, I think that's Jordy Barrett. That's a brilliant penalty one. I tell you what, that is a clutch moment because Argentina had a lot of momentum there. It was a great contest. The ball fell back to Francisco Isa. He actually came into the slide for the injured Pablo Matera, and there was the two. It was Sam Cane and then Jordy Barrett who got over that ball, got over Emiliano Buffetti and managing to win that. Unfortunately, not enough supporters there from Argentina arriving a little bit too late to be able to clear them out effectively. But nice little carry there from Matthias Guerreras. He's really grown in this tournament, I felt. I feel like he's a player. He had a couple of tricky games first up, but the more he went, the longer the tournament went, I felt the better he's gotten. I've been very impressed with the improvement I've seen from him. Right, so line here for New Zealand, and it goes to Sam Whitelock in the number 4, and penalty advantage here for New Zealand as well, so not the best defense coming from Argentina. Penalty advantage, another advantage, I think, for collapsing the wall. Aaron Smith goes to Jordy Barrett. Jordy Barrett chips over the top. Ollie Severe is chasing it. Oh, jeepers, he's been hammered there. And I think as Buffetti has stayed down, that doesn't look particularly good. Bodenberg gets the ball away to Jordy Barrett. In fact, bit of space here, bit of broken play. This is where the All Blacks can thrive. And Ollie Severe looking for options, pops it up to Richie Mwanga. Thought about the kick, then decided to go to the pass. On the bounce, it goes to Scott Barrett. Looking for options, goes himself. Remember, there's still a penalty advantage here for New Zealand, and eventually Angus Gardner saying no advantage, he will go back for the penalty, which gives us an opportunity to have a look at Emiliano Buffetti and the injury that he just took here. We might have a look here at the clash on Buffetti. I don't think it's anything. I think he was going down to ground. I think he was down on his knees basically and sort of collided with a knee. Yeah, so just collides with Mark Talea. I mean, nobody's fault really. Not a good collision though for Emiliano Buffetti. And I think it's his ankle in fact that almost gets stuck underneath him. So I'm hoping this is more of an impact injury. I think he's holding his head there, which I don't want to say is a good thing because it could be a head injury. But the way that his foot almost got stuck there, I thought that could be very nasty. But seems to be okay. Angus Gardner has checked on him and he has said that he is all good to go. Please do continue to subscribe to the channel, by the way. We got up to 50,000 subscribers on Sunday. We're up to 53,000. So it'd be really cool if we can get to 54,000 by the end of tonight. So if you are watching, there must be some new people in the chat. Please do subscribe to the channel. It's a live updating one there, so you can literally subscribe and watch you'll be added to the number of subscribers there. Please do like the video as well. We're sitting on 205 likes. Would love to get to 500 likes as we prepare to see what New Zealand are going to do from the penalty. One imagines points are very much on here, but they are pointing towards the corner. And Jordy Barrett will kick towards the corner, which is interesting. They've got so many options from a goalkeeping perspective. I'm almost surprised that they're not going to let Jordy have a go at goal here. So confidence, arrogance, I don't know. I wonder, could be either. But they decided to turn down the 3 points. It wasn't a guaranteed 3 points. It wasn't the easiest kick, but very kickable. And instead, they're going to go to the line. Into the 22 they go, and they're really back in their set piece here on New Zealand. Chris says, watching from Newark Airport and waiting to fly back to London. Just find the channel. I'm impressed with your commentary. Great stuff. Thank you very much, Chris. I appreciate that. Right, Trey Taylor goes to Sam Whitelock in the front of the line once again, looking for the rolling maul. This is what they got in the penalty last time. It's a really good rolling maul as well. It now has come to a stop. Lavanini's working through the middle there. He hasn't been told to let go, so Lavanini can get his hands on the ball there. No, here comes the penalty advantage, and they're just 5 minutes out here on New Zealand. This is trouble silence here for Argentina. They're still working their way forward on New Zealand. This is going to come down, though, illegally, so it will be penalty advantage. They're right in the corner. In fact, it comes away in an Argentinian player. Penalty go the way of New Zealand. This time on about 8 meters out, so Jordy Barrett will be able to chip this out and put them on the 5 meter line. And tell you what, this rolling maul is a bit of a problem already here for Argentina. That's 2 lineouts, 2 penalties from it. So they need to work out how to defend this rolling maul. Otherwise, they're going to just use it to the entire evening to really hammer away. All right, Jordy Barrett chips it out. And there will be a 5 meter line out. And yeah, I tell you what, this is trouble time now for Argentina. They've really struggled to defend this more, and they've done it legally twice now. So a penalty over here. A third penalty, you could be risking of a yellow card. We could be looking at a penalty try here, for example. Interesting to see if Argentina try and compete. They do go up, and they managed to get in front of Sam Whitelock, but missed it. Did Guido Petty. This looks a little bit better defensively set here for Argentina. Once is the call. Now starting to spin towards the right-hand side. A couple of players getting across there. And I think they might have almost have hands on the ball. Aaron Smith comes away with it. Penalty advantage here again, by the way. Pick up and go. Yeah, from Sam Cane as he's getting ready to have a look. It does pick up and go. Goes a bit short. No grounding there. Artie Sevilla. I'm sure this comes a big dummy from him, surely. No, just a pick up and go from him. Well defended as well. Available for Shannon Brazil. Pops it up. Jordy Barrett going to Richie Mwanga. Long pass out wide. And of course, it's going to be Will Jordan who goes under the corner. It's always going to be him, isn't it? It's always him. He cannot stop scoring. He cannot stop adding to that list. And, yeah, Will Jordan, it was far too easy in the end of the day. A couple of pick up and goes. And eventually, so many Argentinian players just being sucked into the right-hand side there where New Zealand were looking. And, yeah, once the play to Jordy Barrett. One pass to Richie Mwanga. Ball over the top to Will Jordan, who has scored 6 tries now in the World Cup, threatening to break that 8-try scoring record. A hat-trick tonight, for example, put him level. Oh, I tell you what, Sam Whitelock losing that ball down almost forward. I actually thought he took it cleanly because we had his back to the camera, so it wasn't quite as clean as we thought. But that's good work from Sam Whitelock. Then Jordy Barrett show and go, and then ball over the top. Perfect ball over the top from Richie Mwanga to Will Jordan, who adds his 6th try of the tournament and adds to a very impressive total try scoring record in that New Zealand shirt. I think that he could be one of the all-time, if not the all-time try scoring for New Zealand. Except for the fact that New Zealand wings don't tend to have long careers. You know, it's very weird how you think about over the years, you know, players who just come and gone, for example, and players who just don't tend to have long careers in the wings for New Zealand because they've just got so many wings. So yeah, look, Will Jordan's a special player, so I'm not expecting him to follow that trajectory. But it's a very good kick though from Richie Mwanga. He adds the extra 2, 3 points to 7. New Zealand take the lead for the first time, score the first try of the game. Again, that lineup's going to be a bit of a problem for Argentina unless they can sort it out. So they need to find a way to defend this more because that was far too easy. Got the momentum, eventually just popped it up, drew a couple of players, drawn pass over the top, they went, and try time. And Marcus Kremer saying, already come in, yeah, just to reset. Argentina look good with ball in hand. Defensively, though, they haven't done much defending, and they haven't looked particularly good when they have defended. So, yeah, probably ominous signs, I think, a little bit from the lineup there. The set piece is working for New Zealand from a lineup perspective as Carreras goes down the middle once again, targeting Beauden Barrett, who gets brought down by Mariano Baffelli. And I'll tell you what, Julian Montoya was over there and trying to get his hands on the ball there. Aaron Smith pops it up to his captain, Sam Cane, on the left-hand side. Good carry there, fighting carry there from Sam Cane. Aaron Smith then firing it out towards Shannon Frizzell. Well met in the tackle, though, as Gajo and Montoya dumps him back. Now goes back towards Beauden Barrett. He's got a good angle on the right-hand side, but he will not find touch, so Archie will build from the left. Carreras goes himself, Santiago. Now pops it up to Julian Montoya. Good hit coming from him. Ethan DeGroot putting his hands in the rack there. The ball coming out there. Oh, a bit of a show and go from Gajo. Oh, he's still going. He's still going. He's still going as Gajo. Loves having the ball in his hand. Does the big number 1. Bit of a show and go now coming from, I think that's Cordella. Jean Cruz Malia to Lucio Cinti. Lucio Cinti going a little backwards. Eventually decides to go forward. Gets his knees on the ground. Sam Cane making that tackle. Now Argentina work their way back towards the left-hand side. Big carry coming from Marcus Kremer. Just short of 22 Argentina. They work their way towards the left. They go behind forwards to the backline players. Pop up there. Decides to straighten. Does Chukabaras. His first carry of the game. They work their way back towards the right-hand side now as Carreras goes short to Gajo, who was one of the ones who got this momentum going. Going into the 9th phase. Back down the blind side this time. Malia pops it up. And Carreras carries it in. Not too many options there. Guido Petty comes in at scrum. Pops it up to his lock partner, Thomas Lavanini. The most carded player in history. Gonzalo Bertrand now to Carreras. Goes short. Another solid carry from Marcus Kremer, but just outside of 22. So good defense so far from the All Blacks. Now they go down the right-hand side. Almost had numbers. Cordella kind of caught on the ball a little bit, slightly isolated. And it's been stolen from Mark Talea. Good work from him, but as I said, was isolated. So poor cleaning really from the Argentinians. Turnover ball as Aaron Smith fires out to Cody Taylor now to Richie Mwanga. Now got a space. Bit of space. Rico Awani gets on his bike. Steps inside one. Gets the offload away to Richie Mwanga. Mwanga's got options. He's brought down just shy of the 20 to 22. They got on the left-hand side. Now Bowden Barrett thought about the kick. Fires out a long pass out towards Artie Sevilla. They've got numbers here. Sevilla pops it to Barrett. Barrett to Kane. Kane out to Matera out in the wing. He's got space in front of him. Chukwuemeka gets there and makes the tackle. Into the 22, the All Blacks go. On the left-hand side, Aaron Smith. Back inside towards Bowden Barrett, first receiver. He finds Shannon Frizzell. He pops it up to Cody Taylor. Cody Taylor pops it up to Lomax, to Sam Whitelock. To Will Jordan, who decides to straighten. Brought down 10 metres out. Quick ball needed. Aaron Smith provides it. Decides to go down the left-hand side. Thought about the right. Gave it away to the big tight head to Lomax. Slower ball this time for Aaron Smith as he lets his side start to try to set up. Ethan de Groot wants it. Got Barrett. Inside ball though to Sam Whitelock, the most capped All Black of all time. No advantage or anything. Big defense needed Jeff Argentina. Aaron Smith goes to de Groot. Big tackle coming from him. Artie Sevilla. Step back inside. New Zealand working their way down the left-hand side. Now deciding to come down the right-hand side as Aaron Smith goes to de Groot once again. Show and goes himself. Sam Whitelock. 10 phases. Now Richie Mwanga popping it up to Will Jordan. Will Jordan goes to Geordie Barrett. Geordie Barrett! Oh, that's abject defending. Dreadful defending. Geordie Barrett is over. Big hit coming from him. But that's 3 Argentinian players getting across there that needed to make the tackle. Not really good enough, to be honest. Not good enough. And it's always going to be about... Well, you know what they say, you win games with attack, you win tournaments with defense. And this Argentinian defense so far has not been good enough. It's a good try from Geordie Barrett, but far too easy. Got to look at this. And it all comes back down to this turnover, by the way. Mark Telair getting his hands on the ball there, trying to endear himself back to New Zealand fans after being dropped. A good run there from Rico Awani. Good pop to Richie Mwanga. And this is what the New Zealand of old used to do. And what this New Zealand side are starting to do so well is that their ball skills are so good. They're finding the pops. They're finding the space. They're keeping that ball alive all the time. Not sure it's the right option by Will Jordan. But eventually a couple of good pops there. Then to Will Jordan. And then look, they did the numbers here. But, yeah, it comes back inside. It's a pretty poor effort in the end from Santiago Carreras. And then he might have a fairly get it across. Didn't have much of a chance either. It's almost like the way he hit, Geordie Barrett almost sort of flipped over, and that almost sort of helped him carry him over the line. It's not a great kick from Richie Mwanga. So 12 points to 3. Right, important now that Argentina score next. It's a 9-point game, so no need to panic. Need to get ball in hand. They've actually looked really good with ball in hand so far for Argentina. They've looked really positive. The question is though, they need to keep ball in hand, and they obviously when they do defend, they need to probably be a bit better so far. Need to make more tackles. Far too many line breaks at the moment. Deep restart, and they're looking to try and contest the restart, but Feli almost got there this time. Good take there from Bowden Barrett off under the high ball. Aaron Smith's got de Groot as well. Scott Barrett goes to de Groot. There is a replacement, by the way, as Rodrigo Bruni has replaced Facundo Azu, who was an injury replacement for Pablo Matera, so not going well in the back row of Argentina. As for take you while, he's going to go to the box kick, bring out his first one of the evening. Into his last couple of weeks as an All Blacks player, Aaron Smith. Right, Cinti, good carry from him. Quick ball to Lavanini. Bertino to Carreras. Carreras looking for options. Chukwuemeka goes to Cruz Malia. He saw a bit of space, but that's a great kick from John Cruz Malia. Putting a bit of pressure on Richie Mwanga. Mwanga's trying to run away from the pressure. The couple of Argentina players getting there. He's still running away, still drifting a lot sideways. He's done very well here, Richie Mwanga, and then his kick is come off the side of his boot. So in the end, he's done pretty well. He gained about 10-15 meters. It will be Argentina ball. Good attacking opportunity this for Argentina. Good composure though from Richie Mwanga to drift towards the right hand side. Right, good line up there. And Bertino goes to Carreras. Now Bertino to Thomas Lavanini. Strong carry from the lock. He's been good tonight so far. Carried well. Bertino popping up, and they're looking to change the angle. Carreras looking for the inside ball. And a penalty coming to New Zealand. Pass the ball. Oh, that's an interesting one. I haven't seen that being penalised too often actually in this tournament. Number 4, so Guido Pecci, the man, is penalised. And that's so annoying, once again, looking to try and build a momentum. Let's have a look at this, right? So it's Lavanini. Oh, I think that's a hell of a call. That's a big call. I mean, to say, oh, that's not straight. It's been stolen from Argentina. Not that it was straight, though. So it's a nice moment there. Kramer comes away with it. And Alcantara coming from New Zealand. Ball available for Argentina eventually. Rodrigo Bruni gets his first touch of the ball as he picks up and goes. But yeah, I don't think that penalty should have been a penalty. I think to say that was taking the man beyond the ball is very, very harsh. It falls back to Santiago Carreras. He goes to the boot. We've got 4 Argentinian players chasing, putting pressure on Mark Talea. He pops it back, but it falls back to Lucio Cinti. So Mark Talea is struggling on that side under the high ball there. It's definitely a tactic the Argentinians are looking to use. Now, Lavanini, he straightens, goes into Ethan de Groot. And I'm not sure if any Argentinian players actually eventually decide to go and clean him out. Bertino fires out a pass wide, and then Chukabara skip pass out towards Carreras. Carreras will pass himself on the right-hand side, out towards 22, right up against the touchline. They go back on the inside. Bertino goes direct as Jean. Sorry, it's Betty. Carreras pops it up. Solid carry there from the place of Rodrigo Bruni. Ball's out apparently. And that's ball. Oh my! No release. Yeah, it's not releasing was the penalty there. Right, so not releasing is the call here on... to say he didn't release is, I think, pretty harsh there, by the way. Because you don't have to do this anymore. You don't have to... I mean, the clear release. You don't have to... Because back in the day, you used to have to go basically up and then back on. He very clearly released before going back in there. Yeah, good carry there from Artie Sevilla. Now, Aaron Smith fires it. That's into the 22, so there should be an easy mark here for Buffetti. It is a good mark for Buffetti. Box will probably be looking to take a scrum there because, banter. Argentina not quite being as bold and decides to take the mark here. And Buffetti's got a nice boot in him, so he'll be looking to hammer this downfield. Chat Sports saying, Sinbin coming for Argentina. Y'all need to be a bit careful there. And Danette saying that I'd like to see the SA versus All Blacks final. Yaka said it's going to be a hot race to watch that final. Right, Bowden Barrett kick and chase from him. Buffetti getting away from him. Eventually being brought in by Bowden Barrett as he presents the ball well for Bertino. Ball's out apparently. The ball does pop up and then penalty to Argentina. Scott Barrett's not happy. The ball was out apparently. I'm trying to work out what the penalties come for eventually. So Angus Gardner explaining that apparently he basically ended up offside because the ruck shifted and then he found himself on the wrong side of the ruck. So that is where he has been penalised. Scott Barrett, who was originally allowed to play it, went through, ball was out and was allowed to play it and then got penalised, well, not respectively, but after that, when the ruck then shifted. So a penalty for Argentina as the Carreras picks downfield. What I will say is that, for example, you look at that. If the ball's out, surely you should have to go and play the ball and not play the player. Because Scott Barrett went in there, and the only thing he had mind on was to try and take out Gonzalo Bertino. He wasn't actually going for the ball. But Sam Whitelock's got in front, and he's won that line out. Looked pretty telegraphed. In fact, they had 2 New Zealand jumpers that went up there, so double jumper. Now Jordy Barrett carries it up. So turnover ball, that's 2 steals in the last 2 lines, actually. So All Blacks ball, just outside the 22 on the left-hand side. Aaron Smith decided to continue it on the blind side. Slow ball, yes. Aaron Smith brings that ball to the back. Goes to the boot. Outside 22. Can't find touch. It'll be a tester up against the touch line. That's going to be out. In the full, referee. In the full, referee. In the full, referee. Yeah, jeepers me, mate. I mean, how it was so clearly out in the full, and he's outside 22. I don't even understand what he had to check. I think they're checking to see if it was actually touched. I think that's potentially the call, but no, not the case. Not the case at all. Oh, it is. Apparently it was touched. Guys, yo, I mean, can these referees like sort themselves out? Because that's what I was going to say. If he's touched it, then it doesn't matter if it's out in the full. They don't even understand the laws here. They've now just realized that because it was touched and it is an New Zealand line, that it is then back to where the ball came out and not out in the full. If it was not touched and it was still out in the full, then the line is back where he kicked it. Guys, it's not hard. You guys are the ones supposed to be showing us what's going on here. Right, another look at Ronnie Moore here from New Zealand. I think they're going to use it all night. Cody Taylor controlling things at the back. And yeah, they do usually go down the right side. Jordy Barrett to Richie Mwanga to Mark Tilley. Shifts across. Show and go for Mark Tilley. Skips across one. Eventually brought down just short of the 10-meter line. They go into Argentina half. Now Mwanga going short to Artie Severe. He had the game of his life a week ago. Been a bit more quiet so far tonight. Right, Bowden Barrett. Rico Arnie going himself up to the 10-meter line. Back towards the left-hand side goes Aaron Smith. To Cody Taylor. I'll tell you what, a whole regenesis of him this year. The return of Cody Taylor. Now Jordy Barrett first year popping up to Richie Mwanga. Richie Mwanga showing going, almost getting past a couple, eventually brought down. Past the 10-meter line they go. Now Scott Barrett bumps out of Gonzalo Bertino. Eventually comes back for a good tackle. Aaron Smith pops it up to Sam Cane. Chop tackle looking, and it's fallen well. I'll tell you what, Lavanini is over that nice and quickly. But was removed well by the New Zealand cleaners. Mwanga goes to Artie Severe. That's a nice big tackle on him. Aaron Smith goes to Will Jordan. Will Jordan parts one. Brought down by Lavanini. Julian Montoya over there. And he wins the ball very cleanly as well. Julian Montoya, he said, I just might as well do it myself. Now comes away for Rodrigo Bruni. Under a bit of pressure there. Argentina support does arrive. Bertino pops it up to Guidapetti. The big lock forward. Good cleaning out this time for Argentina. Now Bertino back towards Carreras. Santi Carreras looks for distance. Goes down the right-hand side. Almost a bit of a miscommunication there. Bowden Barrett takes. He's got Mark Tilley on his right-hand side. Goes down the left-hand side. Does Bowden Barrett. Opportunity here for Argentina. What are they going to do? Looking for touch potentially. No, they're looking to try and run it now. As Carreras puts it in the air. The call is coming. They're going to chase hard here on Richie Mwanga. It's a good take from Richie Mwanga. He's eventually brought down as well on the 10-meter line. Good field position work there from Argentina. Popping up to Scott Barrett. Almost a very good line being run. Oh, and Sam Cane has fumbled this forward. Turnover ball here for Argentina. Double knock on as Juan Martin Gonzalez can't hang on to it. So we will have a scrum. I think this will be our first scrum of the evening, you know. Right, so our first scrum of the game coming in the 29th minute. Isn't that something? What do we reckon? And while we have a break of play, I'm going to get the necessities. Well stocked, yeah. I can just tell you now how nice it is to be able to afford a beer I literally bought 12 beers today for the price of basically 1 pint in France. I will never ever complain about the price of beer in South Africa. Ever again. Ever. Right, are we ready? Ugh. Never mind. Hope you can still hear it. Ah! Favorite sound in the world. Sound of a beer being opened. Right, so now we've got a bit of break and play. Let's continue getting that subscriber mark. If we can get 90 subscribers, we can get to 53,500. And I reckon out of the over 2,000 of you watching, that probably about 1,000 of you guys aren't subscribed. That's actually what our stats tell us, is that 95% of the people that watch the channel are not subscribed. Which is quite mean, actually. So if you guys could just quickly hit that subscribe button. Let's see how many subscribers we can get before the scrum takes place, which is the next few seconds. So whack it out, whack it out, whack it out. And yeah, very, very keen to see how this goes. To be honest, I think this is going to be a big point of the game. The packs are basically the same weight. There's 4 kgs in it, and yeah, I think that the better scrummagers are probably with the All Blacks. But let's see. Well, that's good news. It looks like East is going to come back on. Is beer expensive in SA? No, I don't think so. I mean, I bought a 6-pack, and this is not the cheapest beer. It's not expensive beer, but it's not the cheapest beer. About $80, I reckon, which is basically €4. And you can buy a 6-pack. So, yeah, no, pretty good, to be honest. Right, good scrum there from Argentina. Started carry from Rodrigo Bruni, who I believe is probably about to be replaced. And, oh, no, nice bit of space there. Mateo Carreras comes back inside. He's a little bit of a live wire wing. Not the biggest, not the best defender, but give him ball in hand. And, yeah, in half a gap and you'll find it. So good continuity here from Argentina. Stripping on the right-hand side, Carreras. Bit of numbers here, bit of numbers. Goes himself to Chukwubarres. We need to get the Argentina setters involved. The 2 top quality players. It's Carreras. Chips inside, but in behind. Very, very nicely worked. We need more bit touches like that from Santi Carreras. Just sort of deft touches, kicking in behind, and here we go. Here comes Facundo Aza. He will come back onto the park. So Rodrigo Bruni wasn't bad actually for the 10-minute outing he had. Will come back into the park. Right, SA versus England, also SA or England tomorrow. SA all the way, boys. Come on, lads. Come on, lads. Need another World Cup final in my life. Right, pop up and then it goes down. Good line out there. And not looking to kick it just yet. Artie Severe carrying it up strongly. New Zealand looking for an exit. Argentina trying to force a bad exit. They're going to want to try and put pressure on Richie Mwanga here. Richie Mwanga will look for a clearance. It's not a bad clearance, just outside 22. It's not bad, but this is exactly that's why it's such an intelligent kick from Santi Carreras. People always wonder why do you kick away possession in that position, and David Williams does it very well. Where if you see a spaceman behind, so you put the grubber in through, and you're just outside the 22, but you're broken play. Often when things aren't really sort of going your way, you're not really finding too much momentum. So you put a grubber in behind, you put pressure on New Zealand. They then clear their lines. They find touch, and all of a sudden you've got a set piece by the 22 as tell you what, that's a great take from Marcus Kremer and a bit of space in front of them. So Argentina got a bit of a run on the rolling more here. They went to the back of the line now, which I don't think was predictable on New Zealand. And they've gone down the right-hand side as well. Gone themselves. Quick ball here. Marcus Kremer, who took the ball well. Cheapers, what a play he is. What a run that is. Artie Severe moved off the ball there. Argentina. Ethan de Groot almost going a little bit early there. Now Lavanini. Big hits coming on him from Jordi Barrett. Ball available for Bertino. Carreras goes himself, seeing a bit of space. Ball available for Bertino. Options to the right. Goes to Julio Montoya, his captain. Casual. Always a good ball carrier, as the loose head. Bertino popping up. That's a nice big carry coming from Kunda. A couple of yards being made. They're good work. It paid an advantage as well. Cordero, they've got the tight head coming on the right-hand side. Left-hand side. There it is. Back to Facundo Eyes. A bit of a juggle. They're just short. Give it to Marcus Kremer. Where is he? Pick up and go. Just short here, Argentina. Another pick up and go. Julio Montoya. Just short. They've turned it over, so it'll be a penalty for Argentina. Right, decision times. Decision time. Do they go for the corner? Do they go for the scrum? Do they take the points? Big call here to make. It's very kickable, so you can make this a 6 points 12 game. I would love to see them being bowled, and I know it's a huge call and maybe even risky, but I would love to see Montoya back to scrum and say, let's take a scrum. Because surely you can cook up, what tap and go here? My gut says, and they are going to take the points, my gut says you're not going to beat New Zealand taking the points, which they are doing, and it's difficult to really, look, you can, but New Zealand have looked so potent on attack so far. They've scored 2 tries that have been pretty easy. My gut says that they'll score another one, so... Yeah, you can build pressure, but you now spent, what are we, almost 35 odd minutes into the game, 33 minutes into the game. And you've got 2 penalties. Not really looked like scoring, which I suppose that's why maybe I take the 3 points. But there's a certain amount of, almost be brave. It's play of rugby, yes. So look, they brought the deficit from 9 to 6. So a converted try puts them ahead. So that is the kind of mass that also comes into it. But they've looked so good with ball in hand so far. They've actually looked really positive with ball in hand. They've had a couple of really nice carries, for example. I mean, they were just short there. The ball was turned over on the line. So I would have liked to have seen them have a go maybe. Throw a bit of caution to the wind. I think sometimes you need that. They go short there, as Barrett. And Will Jordan's been taken out. And a penalty. That is inch perfect, by the way. Bowden Barrett has... What is Artie Severe doing? Artie was just painting, slapping the back of the ref's head. I want to see a replay of that. That was phenomenal. But this is a phenomenal kickoff, by the way. They've chipped it down the right-hand side. Very flat as Bowden Barrett. Will Jordan's gotten there into the air. He's been taken out by John Martin Gonzalez. Penalty for New Zealand. They can go to the corner. That is kind of the problem. Is that, you've elected to take the points. You've now won the kickoff, and all of a sudden you've gotten 3 points, but you've allowed New Zealand back into it. Yeah, you have to leave him alone then to John Martin Gonzalez. He was fine going for it, and then, takes out Will Jordan in the air. It's a phenomenal restart, though. Good line out there to Artie Severe. Once again, go to this rolling more. It's been stopped this time, though. Argentina, I don't know what they've done, but they have managed to contain with the last couple. They're starting to get momentum here, New Zealand, as I say that. But no, good work there. Aaron Smith goes to Geordie Barrett. Geordie Barrett's going to go himself. Nice solid hit coming from Marcus Kramer. He's been so good so far. He's trying to rip the ball, and then he realized it was Geordie Barrett's head. So I don't think Geordie was appreciating that. Right, Artie Severe, he's driven back. So it's Shannon Frizzell, in fact. Straight off feet is apparently the... And a good tackle on Mwanga there. Penalty advantage right in front of the poles, though, so they'll be able to just cancel out that penalty. Sam Kane has just grabbed it through. We'll go back for the penalty. Blue showed off the feet of the core. I think it's against Julian Montoya. He doesn't agree with that. But, New Zealand will take the points here and just cancel out that penalty. Make it a 9-point game once again. Seven penalties conceded from Argentina, 3 for New Zealand. That's not a stat you want to see. To concede 7 points, 7 penalties in the first half is worrying. And Richie Mwanga is waiting for his tee. Let's have a look at this. That's a pretty cool freeze frame, actually. Having a look at the lineouts and the way the jumpers and stuff work. Sam Whitelock being a lifter, not a jumper there. Who do I want in the final? I would love a South Africa-Argentina final. I think that would be so cool for Argentina to get to a final. Realistically, South Africa-New Zealand final is the final everybody wants. It's maybe the final this World Cup deserves. It's been one of the best World Cups ever, hasn't it? I really think it has. We've yet to see a blowout of a playoff game, which has been quite cool. But Richie Mwanga has added an extra 3. And with 2.5 minutes to go, it is going to be 15 points to 6. And again, I think Argentina need to be brave here. I think they need to be brave. I think they're going to concede more points. I don't think they've got the discipline to not concede more penalties. I don't think they've got the defense to not concede more tries. And I think they need to back themselves and try and score a try here. So everyone's saying we need All Blacks versus Blocker final. James reckons New Zealand will win. Yeah, so 15 points to 6. There we are, 15,500. And it goes short to do Argentina with it high in the air. And it's been knocked forward, though, from Shannon Frizzell. So a knock-on advantage, Argentina winning the ball back as Gajo Schroeder's almost pulled off. But goes to the left-hand side there, popping it up to... and I think it's Facundo Aza. Right, Carreras to Lavanini. Lavanini needs to straighten. Gets the ball off the ground. And that's knock-on by Martin Gonzalez. And apparently there's advantage over, so it will be a New Zealand scrum. A couple of big performances so far, and yeah, the Lavanini pass just behind Martin Gonzalez, who then knocks it on as he tries to grab it. Yeah, not the best pass from Lavanini. He's been very good. I think him and Marcus Kremer have really has really been the two standouts so far. Right, so in terms of the action area, so far 27% inside the Argentinian 22. That is worrying, and that's probably why they're behind, for example, is spending far too much time, not only in their own half, but in the red zone, which is a dangerous game to play. You're going to spend all that time inside your own 22, and you're going to concede points, unfortunately. This will be, in theory, the last play of the game. We've got about 20 seconds left. It is New Zealand scrum on the left-hand side inside their own half. Big scrum coming from New Zealand, but penalty here. It's interesting to get the penalty because old Ethan de Groot was on the ground. And the referee, Angus Gardner, I don't know if this is the call. Putting out the contest, I think, is the call. So apparently, yeah, Blue putting out the contest, which is why he went over, is the call. Must have come from the assistant referee because it's on the far side, and Angus Gardner was on this side. So yeah, New Zealand going for the corner there. They'll have one last opportunity to try and score some points. Look, Argentina not out of this at 9 points. Again, I would have liked them to have been brave and try to go for... Let's have a look at over here. Again, that's the wrong angle. We can't really see. The battle on this side was absolutely fine. We're going to have to see on the other side to see where the infringement really was. We've got a 5-man line out here. Cody Taylor goes to the front of the line to Sam Whitelock. Pops it up to Sam Kane. To Cody Taylor. Cody Taylor goes himself. Ball available. Slow ball available here for Scott Barrett. Mark Telaire goes to Sam Kane. Shannon Frizzell now. 10 phase here for New Zealand. Scott Barrett, not too many options, goes himself. It makes a couple of yards. Lavanini stayed down. That's worrying because he's been their best player this half. So Mark Telaire gets away from one. Mark Telaire is still going. It's still going. This could be try time here. There's so much space. That is dreadful. That could actually be the game, to be honest. And that is horrendous defending. Right up against the halfway line, on the halfway mark. You've done so well. It's literally the last player of the half, and you've just conceded. And of all the bloody people to score, it's Shannon Frizzell. Poor defense on Mark Telaire. Really, really poor defense there. You had to do better. Is the good and honest truth. Couldn't, yeah. Bang, 2 players missed there. Then Facundo Isaac, and then John Martin Gonzalez trying to get the ball, and then eventually brought down from Buffetti. And it took when it takes you 4 to 5 defenders just to bring him down. You know there's going to be gaps in the defense, and they just went wide basically, and that was it. That's annoying. Argentina will have to score first in the second half, or else this game could be gone. Terrible way to finish the half. And just when they were starting to get a bit better. Once again, I did say this is why I liked them to have been brave. 10 points, compared to 6, it's a bit of a difference, but that's a big game. 20 points to 6 could be 22-6. 20 points to 10, a bit more in it. Suddenly I wouldn't say New Zealand have got one foot in the final, but close to it. Right, Richie Mwanga, that's a pretty good kick. Yeah, see, off the crossbar, starting to come over their left. And that's a long way now for Argentina to come back. They do trail by 14 points, which means it's going to take a titanic effort to get themselves back into this game. They had moments though. They had moments, and yeah, it's frustrating. You know, just a couple of. It's the tackling, it's the defense really. You know, when they have conceded tries, they conceded poor tries. They haven't made New Zealand work hard enough for their tries, and New Zealand defense has been much better. So Argentina have had to work hard for their tries. Where I felt that Argentina haven't really made New Zealand work as hard for their tries as I'd like to see, and I think that's a problem. Difficult one to fix really, because you know it's I wouldn't say it's an attitude thing, but it's individual areas. It's not like it's a structural problem. It's just individual missed tackles, and yeah, just not good enough. The one-time tackling. So we're gonna hand you the panel very shortly. So I'm gonna go through a couple of comments in the meantime. And Daniel's saying so many strides have been made by each team, and I can't help but hope for Argentina to have the limelight from where they started playing to now. Amazing, 100%. I agree with that. Yaka says they were never going to win this match. Chat Sports says if this was South Africa in this game, Argentina will be punished for every error. I think New Zealand have punished them relatively well in their defense. Yeah, Blue Baron says, to be honest, the All Blacks haven't got out of second gear. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe that's an interesting point. That's what I've been saying, I suppose, is that they haven't had to work hard enough for me to really score their tries. Marcel says Argentina will throw the game if they don't work on their discipline. I think that'll be a big focus by Michael Checker in that halftime chat. I think it'll be around the discipline, for example, and the fact that it needs to improve, or else they're not going to be. But at the end of the day, they've got to score tries. They can't go back and just get penalties. They've got to score tries. They've got to try, and that's the only way they're going to. That's the only way they're going to get back into this game. So yeah, but we're going to hand you over to Carl and Dan, who are on standby, and I think Ruse will be joining us as well in a little bit. So we'll hand you over to the panel, and they'll be able to tell you exactly what they thought of the game, and yeah, a little bit about what needs to happen in the second half for this game to remain alive from an Argentina perspective, but also what New Zealand need to do to just sort of see this game off. But yeah, that's enough for me. I want to go and take a break. Make sure you guys have your beverages all sorted and stuff like that. And yeah, I'm going to hand over to Dan and Carl to take you through that half and give you their thoughts on what happened to the game. So yeah, we'll see you guys soon. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel, by the way. We hit 53.5. Let's see if we can get to 54,000 on the stream. So when I come back, I'm expecting to see far more subscribers. Meanwhile, get your questions in for Dan and Carl, and let's hear what they have to say, shall we?
Jeez, how was that?
Not Argentina are attacking well, but just coming away with nothing. Whereas New Zealand score off everything. So
yeah, it's been exactly that. So much excitement when we've seen Argentina on it, right? They've shown glimpses, and you know they've gotten us off our seats to an extent where they're in their 22. I think I heard something like 7 22 entries. You know, I think if you Argentina and you hear that at the beginning of the half, you take it.
For 6 points.
Yeah, willingness to convert. Where's what are thoughts? Initial thoughts. Let's hear them.
How's it, everyone? Yeah. I think just New Zealand looking too good. That defensive, RG starting off with early possession and territory, looking slick. In the conditions we said maybe it was going to be a bit messy, but their handling was superb. But New Zealand were giving up a few meters here and there, but they just seemed so composed. There was no rushing, there was no panic, there was no pressure, and they just did what they needed to do, and then turnover or a mistake. And that New Zealand defense has looked absolutely superb tonight. So, no, I think they are looking like a team that's well on their way to the final.
Yeah, agreed. The commentators have said it, and it's the patience of that New Zealand defense that just seems that there isn't a stress there, right? They're just happy to wait. Right in that beginning phase, there was like 17 phases, and now you're adding on to already those 37 from the last game. Upwards of 50 of just defense in a row. But I mean, waiting for them to make the play. Essentially, they're telling them you're gonna have to do something audacious. We're not gonna give away you know, a silly penalty, we're not going to go crazy. But with that said, they've really been attacking that ruck, right? I mean, almost contesting every single one. Carl, how is that going to affect both of these teams' physicality? Both Argentina having to commit people on that clear out, but also New Zealand potentially exposing themselves out wide?
Just going off the first half, I mean, New Zealand are attacking that breakdown really far more effectively, I'd say, than Argentina. And you know, they're clearly backing themselves to either slow down the ball enough so that I suppose potential man overlap doesn't necessarily have much of an influence on it. But their defense is quite fast. From New Zealand, they're a lot less passive than they were in the pool stages. They're not allowing Argentina to play with any fluidity, despite the fact that Argentina are, you know, I'd say in the first 10 minutes of that first half, were attacking well. But New Zealand, as you said, they're happy to sit back on defense. They back their defense. And it's almost like, you know, after being called out for being passive, they're like, okay, let's not be passive. And you guys are now going to complain that we're overly aggressive. So
yeah,
this is sadly now one ridiculous ask for Argentina. Can they do it? Yeah, sure. But are they going to do it? Highly unlikely.
Yeah, I think when they took that deficit to below 6, that felt like the right decision, despite when they, you know, were right on their line and potentially could have got a try out of it. You still felt that, you know, going for 3, get within 6, that's the right decision. That's probably within the 30 or out, you know, beyond the 30-minute mark already, and then all of a sudden they clap you with, you know, 2 tries, 1 converted, so 12 points. All of a sudden, you kind of wish that had happened after one of the tries, so then they could have maybe, you know, gone for the 7 points.
Yeah.
But Wes, are you surprised by any of the decisions, either you know, at penalty time particularly?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a few things that, you know, we've picked up potentially that haven't been noticed, you know, by the refs or the television match officials. But you know, it happens in every game. It's I don't think it's the reason Argentina are losing. Let me state that. I don't think they're losing because of bad calls. But in every game, there's going to be a few that go awry. I think, you know, the RGs need to tighten up the discipline when it comes to line-out time, right? They were getting driven back in the mauls, and they got I think it was like 3 or 4 consecutive penalties at line-out time, joining in from the side. I mean, you can't do that against any good side, and you can't do that especially against New Zealand. So it was quite interesting to see them not really tightening up. I think is it Petty, the number 4, who's just, I think he's been the most penalized player in the game so far. I think it's a contest between him and number 6 for Argentina as well. So yeah, I mean, going second half, if they want to be within a shout, they've got to just, you know, not give away penalties and just tighten that discipline, and because you just allow either New Zealand to put points on the board or to walk you down the field.
100%. I mean, New Zealand have been pumping that more, right? They've been really going at it, and essentially they've said, we think that we can force you guys to commit a lot of penalty offenses here, potentially, you know, repeat offenses that could get yellow cards. I don't really think there's been any reason for a yellow card up until this point. There hasn't really been that consecutive. But Carl, what are Argentina, you know, beyond just like, I guess maybe the typical tightening up, do you see any way that they can regain control of the maul and just, you know, letting New Zealand really, essentially, when they have the ball, it just feels like they're holding all the cards?
The thing is, like, I felt like at least one of those penalized mauls was a bit unfair because Ardi Severe, who was at the front of the maul, broke he got detached from the maul, and then they rejoined the back, which I felt like was, I don't think that's, you know, an option. They'd have to move out of the way. And then, you know, Argentina then get penalized for it. As you were you two were mentioning that, I agree. New Zealand have had a fair amount of rub of the green in this game. I don't believe that Argentina would be ahead if they hadn't and it was equal. Argentina, like New Zealand, have looked absolutely lethal with every chance they've got. The only way Argentina are getting back into this is, yes, keep doing what they're doing, but they have to take points away. Whether it's a penalty, whether it's a try, every visit needs to give them something.
You definitely feel, I mean, it's going to be a lot of the same if they can still replicate. You know, I think they've been incredibly effective with their kicking. They've managed to win a lot of those back. Buffetti getting up, Carreras running incredibly hard, kind of begging just for more and more ball. He seems to be on the left, right, back, bit of everywhere. So they want ball in hand and they seem to be making decent ground, but it's just about that little piece of magic that you feel that they're missing. And I think, you know, it's probably going to take a try within the first 10 minutes to really lift those spirits. And I mean, we spoke about getting to 65 minutes and being within 12, right? So they're not, you know, with that, and that's not a complete science, but they're not far off that. But it's where they really need to get you. Do you see any early subs happening from either of the teams?
Yeah, I think, Dan, just before we get to the subs on that point and thinking about, you know, what Argentina have to do, and you're right, the attack was looking good, is looking slick, as I said, the handling looking nice, but I wonder if it's actually doing anything, like if it's causing the New Zealand defense any issues, you know, sucking players in, opening up the space, because what we see is phase after phase after phase, but it just kind of looks quite easy for New Zealand to defend. Now, either that's a massive credit to the New Zealand defense, who are, you know, playing out their socks, probably partly that, but I don't know if the Argentine attack is maybe a bit flat, like in terms of creativity and dynamicness. Is it just very straightforward and the defense can just shift and realign and allow a bit of space, you know, to be taken away? So will be interesting to see if the Argentines can come up with something in the second half. But in terms of early subs, I mean, to be honest, everyone's looked still pretty good to go. There haven't seemed to be too many tired legs on the field. I don't see particularly any really early subs. I think, yeah, the benches are going to be a massive part, and especially for the Argentine side. You know, I'm sure all these New Zealand players, all 15, could stay on the field, but you know, the coaching staff will probably be thinking, right, again, we've got one foot in the final, so let's look to start rotating, right, resting guys who have played. I mean, I think the commentators were saying Krem has played every minute of Argentina's Rugby World Cup campaign.
I heard that.
I mean,
crazy,
just unbelievable that he's still going and he's still moving at such a pace. So, I mean, credit to him, but yeah, how long can they keep that up?
That does happen.
In that situation, it seems to be a lot of countries have that one player, usually a back rower that does that kind of role. Like it was Michael Hooper for Australia, who I think played every minute for like 4 years or something like that. But yeah, I mean, there's the argument of, okay, well then, you know, they're fully ready. They're fully ready for the longevity of the game. They're fully ready. But then there's also the, okay, but are they tired? Are they tired from what's happened already? And especially a big step up from Wales to New Zealand. It's the thing is, like, when Argentina, they have looked good on attack, and they looked quite exciting, but not in a sense that they troubled New Zealand. Like, yes, Kremer made a few yards through a couple of tackles, but that wasn't because of an unstructured or broken defense. That was just Kremer's strong. Yeah, he's going to make some yards. But New Zealand have never looked troubled. I think they looked troubled once when they gave away the penalty on their try line, and I understand why Argentina went for the poles, and it was the right decision. But you know, they are going to have to get some tries to win this game.
Yep, I mean that's knockout rugby. But hopefully a great second half upcoming. I've no doubt we'll be joining you afterwards for the post match. Just analysis, and we'll be going through player by player and each of their ratings. So please do stick around for that. Until then, Stevie P will be back on your screens, as I'm sure you'll see now, and enjoy the second half.
Right, thank you very much, lads, and welcome back to Watchalong to everybody who's just joining us back after half time. The current situation is the All Blacks 20 points to 6. They do lead Argentina, who discipline let them down. Discipline let them into the game. Well, let New Zealand into the game, getting them in good field possession, and then New Zealand have not looked back really, and they've been good. Have Argentina? That's a huge call though. If I'm seeing Thomas Lavanini sitting down, one imagines that must be an injury to see him being replaced by Matias Alemano, because I thought Lavanini was having a great game. Yeah, big 50 minutes, I reckon, coming up here for Argentina. They've got to score first. If New Zealand score first, this game is gone. I think that's the reality. You know, it's if they don't score first, that's it. So starting like that, where they've just lost the ball and New Zealand turned things over, and Rico Wani's thrown that back into Ethan de Groot, that's gone forward. That's been kicked forward then by Argentina, but surely there's a couple of knock-ons there. The first one coming from Argentina, so it will be a New Zealand scrum. That is not the way to start the first half, the second half, really. Straight through the hands of John Martin Gonzalez, who I'm a massive fan of. I think he's absolutely world class and has looked like a deer in headlights tonight, unfortunately. So it's a tough ask. And this is the biggest thing, you know. This is where experience and occasion can catch up with people. So it's been interesting to see how some players have really stood up. I think Marcus Kramer has been fantastic. Similarly for New Zealand, Sam Kane's been very good. Sam Whitelock's been reliable. Scott Barrett has pitched up. Cody Taylor carried very, very well in that first half. Mark Tlair had a very good carry. Will Jordan ran in a try. Burton Barrett's been pretty solid. It's not been the most high intensity game. It's not quite what we saw last weekend, which I think maybe was almost expected a little bit. I think both teams put in so much last week that maybe this was always a bit of a step down. Big shove coming there from from New Zealand. And penalty advantage there from the scrum time. And RDCV pops up to Aaron Smith. Aaron Smith has got a bit of space. Aaron Smith, he's going to go over. That's it. That's the game. I think that's the game. That's the one thing Argentina could not do. They could not concede a try early. And they've just done that. Aaron Smith, in what could be his second last game, will be likely his second, if not his last game in All Black shirt. I mean, they'll go to the final, and barring injuries, touch wood, he will play it. Has got a try. It's his fourth try of the World Cup, actually. He's finishing on such a high at the moment, but that is woeful from Argentina, to be honest. A really, really poor scrum. A lot of pressure. And then Aaron Smith pops and bang, gets away from Bertino, puts on the goose step, throws the dummy as they're trying to get across to Mark. I think it's Will Jordan who's there. No, in fact, it's Cody Taylor who's busting gut to get there. Yeah, and he's just completely sold Mateo Carreras down the river. Really, really poor. Mateo Carreras, probably the second time his defense hasn't been up for the game so far. We talked about a potential blowout, and this is where this could be heading. 25 points to 6. Argentina haven't quite pitched up so far, and yeah, it's a bit frustrating. So, right, Richie Mwanga will take his right against touchline. He is 2 from 3 so far this evening. And this to add the 2 extra. That's looking pretty good as well. It's a great kick from Richie Mwanga. Right up against touchline, straight down the middle. And he'll make it 27 points to 6. 21 points the deficit now. Don't really see New Zealand coming back from this. And yeah, it's annoying. You know, not even just so much for Argentina, but just for the spectacle. You know, we wanted to see a close game. We wanted to see a game that would really captivate us. And whatever it was going to be, I wanted to see a game that went down to the wire. And unless Argentina stage one of the greatest comebacks we've ever seen, this is New Zealand into the final so far. But lots of rugby to play. Lots of rugby to play. Richie Mwanga, deep from the restart. Right, Carreras lifts it high in the air. And it's forced to Jordy Barrett. He pops it to Aaron Smith. Aaron Smith fires it to the left towards Bowden Barrett. Bowden Barrett sees a bit of space. Shifts into the left boot. Carreras, right against touchline. Goes down the right side to Mark Tlair. Tlair's looking to run. The ball's under his arm. He's got a lot of pace as Mark Tlair. Good tackle coming from Marcus Kramer. He's pitched up for Argentina, one of the few that has. Ethan de Groot, solid carry from him. I'll be interested to see what Michael Cheika does from a substitution point of view, because you've got to kind of empty the bench. You've got to roll that dice. You know, bring on Nicolas Sanchez, Richie Mwanga going pretty deep with his up and under. Buffetti will be untouched under that. Right, decision time for him. He's brought down just before the 10-meter line. Presents it well for Bertino. Gets it out towards Gajol. Solid carry from him. Now Carreras. Bit of space on the right-hand side, yeah. Someone needs to straighten, though. Good hands needed. Nice ball flow. Almost getting around Mark Tlair. Bertino back inside to Marcus Kramer. Marcus Kramer puts his head down. He's been very industrious so far as the big number 7. Bertino asking for a block. He wants to go to the boot here, try and find a bit of field possession. That's higher up against the touchline, and Bowden Barrett comes through. puts it to the boot and he kicks it straight out, so it'll be a line out. But yeah, I think that's the big thing. What can Argentina do here? And it's difficult because New Zealand also have a bench, so you empty your bench too early, for example, and then New Zealand hold theirs back. New Zealand can then blow them away. But you do sit there thinking you've got to try and find an edge in this game. And it's a bit of a messy line, but it does fall back to Julian Montoya eventually. But they're looking a little bit tired here, Argentina. Ball's popping out. That ball's popped out a lot at ruck time. Oh, that's a bit of space on the right hand side. Ball back inside, but that could have been a big moment there. It's put in touch as the call from the assistant. So they'll come back. Find a bit of space down the right hand side. It'll be good. I just need to get the offload away earlier. Good tackle there from Aaron Smith. Just using the touchline so well. Just dividing the heel, just clipping it into touch there. So turnover ball for New Zealand. So yeah, it's an interesting decision now from Argentina in terms of, do you go to the bench early? Do you try and load your side, put in fresh legs, and see if you can fight your way back into the game until it's until it's too late? Inside ball from Jordy Barrett back to Mark Talea towards the 10-meter line. Aaron Smith goes to Scott Barrett, goes to Cody Taylor. Kinder Isa trying to get his hands on the ball. Shannon Frizzell, sorry, carry from him, big hit from him. On the right, left-hand side, Richard Morgan's finding a bit of space. Richard Morgan's burst through the gap himself. He wants to go himself. Looking for the offload, goes to Cody Taylor. Cody Taylor's been really good for the support play. Artis Severe, long pass out towards Rico Wani. Rico Wani goes very direct to the sixth phase. Yeah, Artis Severe in at scrum off at the moment. A couple of opportunities. Now he wants to carry the ball in hand. He sees a trial and he wants the ball in his hand. Then goes to Shannon Frizzell. Shannon Frizzell pops it up to Jordy Barrett. Jordy Barrett shows and goes. John Cruz Malia completes the tackle. 5 minutes out, y'all. Pick up and goes. Artis Severe. Artis Severe battering away, getting within 2 meters. New Zealand on the front step as well. Once again. Slow ball, yeah, from Aaron Smith. Goes to Artis Severe. Good tackle there from Julian Montoya. And that's almost over from Taiwo Lomax. They're just short. Mox trying to get his hand on the ball. Aaron Smith fires it out towards Richie Mwanga. Richie Mwanga goes to Bowden. That's a big tackle, and that's a huge tackle coming from, I think it's Carreras. Counter-ruck, and Aaron Smith going himself. Slightly isolated, but there's nobody really there for Argentina to test for the ball. Mark Talea throwing one of the players down to ground. Eventually getting brought down. Just a few minutes. Penalty advantage here for New Zealand. Rico Wani just short. Ethan de Groot, a couple of dummy runners there. Almost obstruction there for New Zealand. Artis here goes Shannon Frizzell. Shannon Frizzell pops it up to Barrett. Barrett goes Taiwo Lomax. Taiwo Lomax just short. Desperate defense here for Argentina. Pick up and go. And the try is awarded. Gardner reckons he sees... Oh, surely it's coming from the touch judge. There's no way Gardner can see anything there, to be honest. And it's Shannon Frizzell, second try of the night. Of all the people to score, it had to be bloody Shannon Frizzell, isn't it? Galaxy says, to be honest, I'm on Argentina's team, but sadly New Zealand's going to win. But tomorrow I'm hoping the Springboks will win against New Zealand. Well, next week, yeah. And if we get through. So it's the same as the joke compared to the quarterfinals. Well, I think I was kind of always threatened to be the case, wasn't it? In terms of a match of strength, the quarterfinalists, they were much less in the rankings between the all the teams and stuff like that. So I suppose that always had the potential to be a lot closer than potentially the semi-final. So I do think we probably saw 4 of the best quarterfinals we've probably ever seen from a World Cup perspective. Not in terms of individually every single quarterfinal being within the top 4, but in terms of a round of quarterfinals, I don't think we're going to see too many which were as close. But unfortunately, the result of that seeding was then going to mean that Argentina, who are ranked 7th, 8th in the world, are taking on the number 2 team in the world, and they could have been this. Well, there's always the potential for this sort of result. So, look, New Zealand have been very good, and they've pitched up, and they're putting Argentina to the sword here. It is a bit embarrassing to get to a semi-final though, and to be, it's a bit like that now in quarter, I suppose. How many years ago? 4 years ago. But yeah, just frustrating because the Argentinians haven't pitched up. They've looked dead on their feet, unfortunately. And I think the biggest frustration and maybe the biggest thing about this whole thing is that New Zealand have not been stretched. You know, it hasn't had to be a monumental effort, and therefore you already feel they've got an extra day of preparation, and they're not going to be particularly tired going into next week. They can probably afford to sub some of the players who are getting a bit tired, and they can sort of take the foot off the pedal a little bit, manage the game a bit, and not have to go too toe to toe, so they can start to really sort of look to rest them players. But anyway, up in the air, we've got a replacement, by the way. Escudero is replaced by Eduardo Bello, so tight-head replacement here. Also, it took a while on for Cody Taylor. That's interesting. So he wasn't supposed to be in the 23. So it took a while, obviously later. And then Marcus Kramer almost bursting through. Marcus Kramer is the one player who said he's not had enough. Advantage over Carreras. Space, good hands. And then, as I say, that the knock-on coming, and that just sort of sums up, isn't it? An unforced error, no pressure on them, and then just they're knocking on you, and that's another unforced error, and that's kind of where that sort of sums it up. They've just not been good enough. What a performance though from Cody Taylor, by the way. See, Macho Carreras, he just takes his eye off the ball before he even carries it, and that's just not good enough, really. It's about your soft skills. You can't let your soft skills. You can't let yourself down when it comes to your soft skills. You know, they can't just disappear when it comes to these clutch moments. You've got to do the basics right, and they have not done that well enough tonight. You know, they've had a couple of knock-ons, they've missed tackles. Sometimes it comes to the semi-final, you got to keep things a little bit basic, you know, and allow yourself, earn the right almost to be a bit more expansive, you know, earn the right to throw the ball around, earn the right to try a few things. I kind of felt that Argentina haven't done that, you know, they weren't really good enough for long enough to earn the right to have a go, and I think that you can see the disappointment on the face of the players on the bench. To get to a semi-final is no small feat, but I think that they know that they just haven't given themselves. They've not given themselves the performance. They're not given an impression of themselves. I think it's probably the right way. They've not given a good account of themselves, and that's always frustrating to get there and then to go out on a low note. But you know what? You've got two options. You know, it's 29 minutes left in the game. You can lie down and give up and just say, right, that's it. Or you can get yourself up, you can have a go, score a try, you know, score 2 tries, and just cause a little bit of panic in New Zealand. You know, just try and put on a spectacle. You know, it's about a spectacle as well. You know, it's about playing for your country. It's about giving the fans something to cheer. So it's a big test of character now for Argentina. You've got to try and get up and get themselves to this next half an hour with a rampant New Zealand, who are looking pretty good. There's elbows on the floor there. Yeah. Right, long pass out towards Barrett. Got a bit of space. Gets it out to Will Jordan. Will Jordan around the Carreras makes a good tackle there. And it's a good steal on the ground as well. So no penalty advantage there. They'll go back for the penalty at scrum time. Another scrum penalty. Yeah, and this is the thing, you know, and I think this is, you know, whatever side gets into the final, watch out for this New Zealand scrum, because this is the second week in a row where they've really dominated and won scrum penalties against their opposition. They did it against Ireland. They've done it against Argentina now. It's not traditionally been a massive weapon of New Zealand in the last couple of years, but it's very much been one in the last 2 games. Right, so Takawao will throw the ball into Lancia as New Zealand will go back to the maul that has worked so well tonight. It's a good line, goes to Scott Barrett to go to the back of the line though, and a big drive coming from Argentina. Ball's gone down legally though this time. Down by Blacks, they don't need to run away anything. Ball's available for Aaron Smith, who goes to Jordy Barrett, ball back inside. Martelea spinning away, beating a lot of defenders here as Martelea. Gajo over the ball, but told to leave it. And Adi Sevilla picks up and goes. Eventually driven back. Now, took a while. Martelea, good tackle on him for a change. Big hit there on Sam Kane's being driven back. Much better defense from Argentina. Takuao. Good carry from him. Now Shannon Frizzell. Down the right-hand side, the All Blacks go. And 22, right, Richie Mwanga. Looking to loop around. Big hit coming on Rico Wani. Looking for the offload. Good work from Lucio Sinti, who's driving him back. In fact, the Argentinian centres have been pretty good tonight. Aaron Smith fires towards Adi Sevilla. Takuaho. A lot of carry so far is coming on the replacement hooker. Now Aaron Smith, back to Mwanga. Goes to Ethan de Groot. Richie Mwanga goes to Jordy Barrett. Jordy Barrett puts his head down. Solid carry from him. Now they work their way towards the right hand side, going to their 13th phase here on New Zealand, and Marcus Kramer trying to come through in the ruck. Artie Xavier coming back down the left hand side now, working hard on the tackle. Eventually brought down. Slow ball here for Aaron Smith. Goes down the right hand side. He goes to Tyler Lomax. Good hit on Tyler Lomax. Lost a couple of yards there at New Zealand. Probably going to go to the boot here. Yeah, I like that. You know, Marcus Kramer is really trying to move, and they're holding him down there, and that's what the referee's saying. Xavier right up against the touchline, bumps with a couple. Eventually, they managed to bring him down right up against the touchline. He managed to stay in, though. 16 phases, yeah, not really making much progress here. Whitelock goes to Mwanga, goes to Ethan DeGood, almost a bit of a fumble. Quick defense there. Jordy Barrett spotting a bit of space out wide there for Will Jordan. It's a good kick, and the ball's been knocked forward by Jordan. Great option there from Jordy Barrett. Though. Nothing on. Saw the space on the right and decided to just hammer it down the right-hand side. And almost, tell you what, Will Jordan takes that and he runs it in, to be honest. So it was a pretty good option from Jordy Barrett. Right, here we go. Finley Christie, Tamati Williams, Fletcher Newell. Aaron Smith being replaced. What a performance from him once again. Third World Cup beckons for Aaron Smith. I lied, actually. I think he started playing a year later. I think it's actually just Sam Whitelock who could be winning the third World Cup if he were to do it. First player ever. But Bowden Barrett has been replaced as well, so that'll be DMAC time. So a new front row here for New Zealand. A new scrum off. A new fullback, I'd imagine. I'm pretty sure it was David McKenzie came on. Could have been Anton Leonard Brown, but we'll have to wait for confirmation of that. Big scrum there. The ball comes out the back. A bit of pressure for Argentina. Gets it away to Carreras. Gets away from one. Gets away from two. Looking for support. And eventually does fuck. The back. Oh, of course, he's going to fall back to Marcus Kramer. Good carries there from Argentina. Past 22, they go. Carreras with the cross kick. And that looks perfectly to Mariano Baffelli. Ball back inside. Has he got the pace? He doesn't have the pace. Pops up to Mariano Baffelli. Good work from Argentina. Up to a penalty advantage here as well. And it's against Sam Kane. Well, actually, in fact, it's offside as the call. So advantage for Argentina. Going to go to the line. That's a better, though. Bit of a cross kick. Bit of something different. Pinpoint, by the way, from Carreras. Really good work there from Baffelli. I think it was Jean Cruz Mali. The ball came back inside. Just didn't have the pace to take on Rico Wani. But that's a bit of ingenuity. And, yeah, I mean, they had the space was there, so why not? As they will go to the corner. Come on, Argentina. Let's fight here, shall we? It's a great carry though from Mateo Carreras. We need to see a bit more of that. It's a great cross kick. Martelea found himself wanting. Ball back inside. It was David McKenzie there, and then reeled in by Rico Wani. I think it was Chukwubarres. No, it was John Cruz Malia. I was right the first time. Back yourself, Steve. Back yourself. Right, so Scrum on the 5 meter line. 37% chance, apparently, of scoring a try from this. It's a huge hit from New Zealand. Balls to use it as Johnny Montoya comes off the side, and he's hit hard by his opposite captain, Sam Cane. Very good defense so far from New Zealand. Marcus Kramer, driven backwards. Eventually managed to get it down. Good work from him. But a big tackle coming from Shannon Fazar and Takawao. That's a bit better. Good try, Martin Gonzalez. Bit of line being run there. Bez and Valdez, the news come off. Looking to try add a bit of impetus into the attack. It's a pretty poor pass now that I say that. Not too many options. Watching they go into 22 though, so still going forward here as they go into their 7th phase. Marcus Kramer once again. Big carry from him. Now Gajo gets away from one. Brought down by Sam Whitelock. And it's knocked on by Cousin Velez, who is protesting and saying that he's being impeded, but the referee having none of it. And it looks like Brody Metallic is being ready to come on. Yeah, Archie not happy with that. They reckon they're being impeded at the ruck. Right, so here we go. Some of the comments over here saying Andre Franzel said Archie must try 4 times to catch up, let that sink in. Yeah, so they need quite a bit to happen. Blue Baron says France will be the best team to never win in the World Cup. I think guys not up there. New Zealand says 16 phases with no progress. Ireland 37 phases with no points, but world record. Checkmate Chess says Argentina went into this game without enough plans, and then it ran out. You know, not a bad assessment. I just don't think they're really pushed up, to be fair. Whatever the plans they had, they've just not really worked. It's just not been good enough. Right, scrum here for New Zealand as look on to David McKenzie. Marcus Kramer trying to point out to Marty Williams that he's gone down. Rico Wani looking to run things out as they get to the 10-meter line on the left-hand side. Finley Christie looking to add some space as Sam Whitelock pops it up to... Sorry, Barrett pops up to Sam Whitelock. Penalty advantage here for New Zealand. So free roll the dice really as Takawao carries it in. Good read there as Mark Soleil is brought down early and eventually the tackle is completed by Jean-Martin Gonzalez. But a penalty for offside against Argentina. So this has been the thing, hasn't it? The discipline's just not really been there. And I think if we go and look at some of the stats, it'll tell a pretty big story, to be honest. I think penalty count must be sitting on about 12, 13 for Argentina at least. Where are we at? Discipline. This says 9 by Argentina, but that's wrong because there were 7 in the first half and they conceded more than 2 in the second. Let me see if I can go to the official Rugby World Cup website and see if we can get those stats. New Zealand final. It's a good touch by Anna. They're just inside the 22 on the left-hand side here. Yeah? Big attacking scrum. I mean, a line off with them. Right, Brody Metallic has taken onto the park. Sam Whitelock has been replaced. His swan song next week, his last match as an All Black. Him, Aaron Smith, both moving on. I'm trying to think if there's any other All Blacks. I think that's Dan Cole's probably, potentially Cody Taylor. So they quickly use the New Zealand. Jordy Barrett crashes it up. Quick ball. You have Mark Tillez coming inside looking for a lot of work. Takiao once gets another carry from him. He's been very involved since coming on. 20 minutes to go. Brody Metallic picks up and goes. His first carry and involvement of the game. Meanwhile, Julia Montoya and Sam Cane are having a bit of a battle on the sides there. Montoya eventually gets up and gets going with the game. Finley Christie going down the right-hand side. Wishimuanga looking for options and caught up. And New Zealand on the front foot going through the phases. I'd love to see how many phases they've had over 10. I think they've had at least 6 to 7 players who have had over 10 phases, which has been very impressive. Their ball retention has been so good. Made Argentina do so much attacking. Marty Williams finds a half gap. Finley Christie fires it out to Dave McKenzie. Dave McKenzie, ball over the top towards Martelea. Martelea shifts inside, goes himself. Why must he tackle these? When did his knee hit the ground? Will Jordan's over for a second. I'm a bit confused as to why they had to release Martelea there. And Will Jordan over once again. Jeepers me, he's going to add a lot of tries to his name if Argentina going to defend like that. That's his 7th try, by the way. If he scores one more try, Will Jordan, he will equal the World Cup try scoring record. But if we look at the defense, and this is why, look, they both had to make quite a lot of tackles, to be fair. Yeah, the line break there for Tamati Williams. I want to have a look at this Mark Telaire carry over here and where his knee hits the ground here. Yeah, simplest of tries there for Will Jordan. Ball pops up, he's got nobody in front of him. All he has to do is really dive over. Right, so this game is gone. I think what's not gone is our quest for 54,000 subscribers. Oh, Jerome Kano watching on. Imagine you had somebody like him to be able to bring on. Oh, you handed another beer. Why he's got another beer? Mansdale Parking, which is poor form, really. But yeah, the quest for 54,000 subscribers tonight, not necessarily this stream, but tonight, is still on the cards. We do need another 406 people. So let's see how close we can get before the end of the watch along. People, if you are new, please do subscribe. You can actually watch yourself add to the subscriber list there because there is a live count. That's a pretty poor kick that from Richie Mwanga. And the scores remain at just 39 points to 6, a 33-point lead. Starting to get a little bit embarrassing here for Argentina. And yeah, frustrating because they're a team that are a lot better than this. It really should not have been this comprehensive. But you just feel that sometimes the Argentina side don't pitch up, that they kind of got this performance in them. It kind of reminds me of England, you know, where after all the hype and you sit there thinking, oh, this team can have a go. They then just don't pitch up and are really poor on the night, and it's just very disappointing. They go short though to Argentina, and almost, in fact, I think they have won it back, but with a knock-on. So it's back towards New Zealand, and Martelea picking up and going himself. Ball is available there for Finley Christie. Back towards Richie Mwanga. Tip over the top though for him, for D-Mac. And one of the Argentinian players there managing to grab onto that big counter coming. Right, a couple of subs here for Argentina. And Isa's on, Augustin Creevy is on. Moroni's on for Chukabari's. Lucio Cinti. I mean, Julia Montoya, we'll probably see him in the next World Cup. It's interesting, you know, these are also, they're not forward there. It's a turnover ball. Brody attack, long pass onto the bounce to, oh, great hands there from D-Mac. Dave McKenzie, what a play he is, one of my favourite players. Finley Christie popping it up short though. And I'll tell you what, Tucker Wiles goes barreling, rolling, everything getting through. Not just over the top from Will Jordan. The game is really opening out. It's a horrible bounce as well from Carreras. He's under a lot of pressure. Big counter coming from New Zealand as well. Ball is available and they throw it into Angus Gardner. Ball falls back. He says play on. Play on is the call. Back to Bruni and Argentina all the way back inside their own 22. Tamati Williams trying to cause a bit of havoc at right time. Show and go there for Argentina. Oh dear, he's been caught in the ball. And then that's knocked forward. Oh, that is torrid. It's like watching a tier 2 nation. This has become really, really poor. Like, really, really poor. Like, this is actually... Yeah, to think of this, the quality of rugby in a semi-final is... Yeah, frustrating to put it least. And sad, because Argentina are just so much better than this. And they've just given them such a bad account of themselves tonight. And I know I've said it a couple of times, but it really is. Because this is the same Argentina side beat New Zealand in Christchurch. And... that's a massive feat to do, you know. So, and there's not a lot of difference between the players. It's just Archie haven't pushed up tonight. Right, so Nicolas Sanchez comes on for Santo Quiros. I think this is a sub that's about 15 minutes too late, to be honest. Right, so we're looking at a potential foul play here just to really compound the issues. And I think it is... potential foul play. I don't know if it's by Scott Barrett or on Scott Barrett, and this is where it could get interesting because, right, what's happening here? It's just saying he's so it's no foul play, but it could potentially be a penalty. Yeah, Cynical, wow, Cynical's very generous. Yellow card. Well, that could be a silver lining for Argentina. Scott Barrett has been binned. And he will spend 10 minutes in the bin. And I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. But yeah, just a silly... yeah, pretty silly penalty for him to give away. Trying to get away with that. He almost did, to be fair, if it wasn't for the TMO. Yeah, so Scott Barrett goes into the bin. Nicolas Sanchez barking on his track. Somebody getting out of the beer. Yeah, it's not been the game that we all kind of hoped it would be. Hopefully tomorrow, well, having said that, actually, I'll be very, very chuffed as a South African fan. We see a similar game tomorrow, but with South Africa doing what New Zealand are doing. But from a neutral perspective, you don't want to see blowouts in semi-finals. You want to see competitive games. Much better rolling more there for Argentina. And the most capped player of all time, and Augustin Creevy is controlling things at the back. And now Bezin Vargas is going to go to the boots. For Maliano to be fair to chase. Chasing really, really hard. Richie Mwanga, and he's going to try and drive him out. Not quite managing to do it, but almost. Finney Christie flows back inside towards Jordy Barrett. Jordy Barrett goes to the boot. Got so many open beers here, or finished beers. I can't find my open one. They allow it to bounce to Argentina and force the hands of the New Zealand player. Back to... I think that's Brazil. And a penalty for Argentina. Really good work there. Holding on as the call. Yeah, really good work. There's Nicolas Sanchez, the ball players. I reckon Sanchez starts their win. Man's come on. He's won a turnover. He scored a try last week. He's been rolling back the years lately as Nicolas Sanchez. I would like to see more of him. And he'll probably get started next weekend in the third and fourth player, which is a game that no player wants to play in. But you got to, unfortunately, and this is kind of the price you pay, isn't it? And in the words of Dan Coles, it's a shit week, that third and fourth. And Nicolas Sanchez going himself, wants to run himself. He reckons he can do everything here. And why not with the way he's been playing this tournament? Augustin Creevy making a few yards. Bazin Vargas looking for options. Lucio Cinti pops it up and Sanchez starts to kick it ahead. Turnover ball. D-Mac goes to Mwanga, throws the dummy. John Martin Gonzalez, good tackle from him. Now Tamati Williams, big carry from the youngster. Right, Finney Christie to the boot, looking for a good clearance. He will find touch, and he's found about 30-odd yards. So it'll be an Argentina line-out, half between the sort of 10-meter and the 22. And as Julio Montoya looks on, look at disappointment in his face. I think he knows that this was it really for him to try and get himself to a final, give himself a chance of winning the World Cup. Right, come on, Archie. Conjure up something. Give me something to celebrate. Sanchez. Ball behind there. Santiago Carreras. Quick ball here. Back to Sanchez. Sanchez shows and goes. Sanchez pops it up. To Bazin Vargas. Up to 22. Now Marcus Kramer. Back on the angle. To the side of 22. Pick up and go coming here from Rodrigo Bruni. Is it 22? Ah, no. Eduardo Barrett trying to pick up and go. He's knocked it forward. That's really, really poor. Danny McKenzie, lots of options here. Looking for options. Gives to Anthony Brown. Tamati Williams fires it out towards Will Jordan. Will Jordan goes to Richie Mwanga. Richie Mwanga goes to the boot. It's a very good kick from him as well. He's turned a couple of Argentinian players. Mariano Baffelli, not too many options. He's going to go to the boot. He's going to find touch. And, yeah, it does find touch. We should see what Michael Check has to say after this. Finney Christie, knock on from Argentina, so it's an advantage for New Zealand. Right, Barry Metallic. Breaks half a tackle. One goes back inside to Barrett. Barrett, big tackle on him needed from Marcus Kremer. On the right hand side though, Demon McKenzie pops up. Oh, and that's knocked on again. So it'll be a scrum. Yeah, this game's deteriorating, isn't it? It's been deteriorating for a while. It's just, yeah, it's just not been good enough. Right, so we're 2 here from Argentina. It's an interesting one. They're such a frustrating side because they continuously threaten to be good, don't they? They threaten to be a side that can go all the way, that can win a trophy, that can be a top side. But consistency has always been their issue. And I don't know if it's a depth thing. I don't know if it's a case of, you know, their domestic structure don't allow to play enough together, for example. It takes them a while to get going. It's an interesting conundrum, isn't it, to understand where the problems lie within Argentinian rugby, because they've got quality players. You know, a lot of these Argentinian players are playing some of the best teams in the world, and they've got performances in them. You know, beating New Zealand in New Zealand, for example. They've given South Africa real goes. They've had some top results over the years, but they just can't quite bring it consistently enough. That's a much better scrum from them, by the way. Rodrigo Bruniho has been wrapped up by Dalton Papali'i. And they're going on the left-hand side, yeah. Ball's out. Pops to Will Jordan, and the kick ahead there from Finley Christie has landed just inside, so it won't be a line in the full. So we'll be line inside the 22. Taking it quickly, though. People, cameraman, taking it quickly, Argentina. No foul play is the call. Right, rolling it back. Right, Bazenvales goes to the boot. Right up against the touch line. It's actually a very good touch finder, to be fair to. That's a brilliant touch finder. Past the halfway line inside New Zealand's territory. But they're taking it quickly. As Finley Christie goes on a run. He's brought down by Nicolas Sanchez. Ball pops out. RCBA gives it to Dan McKenzie. First two, Dan McKenzie puts it to the boot. Turnover ball. Oh, it's a good little kick in behind. It's not a bad option either. That's actually quite a good result in the end. He's not very happy. Here's Matheus Moroni, but not too many other options. So went to the boot and he's pushed New Zealand back, but you can see why he's a bit frustrated. I'm trying to work out if he's actually started on 22, looking for that 50-22 potentially. Where does he kick this? Yeah, I think he was looking for that 50-22. So just to get to the halfway line, goes to the boot, and it's just stopped. I mean, it's half a meter away. Finley Christie flat to Artie Sevilla. Inside to Will Jordan. Will Jordan straight through the middle. Will Jordan still going. He kicks it ahead. Has he got the pace? You betcha he's got the pace. A hat-trick for Will Jordan. That's the record tied. And that is sensational. Will Jordan take a bow, because that is phenomenal. I've complained about the lack of defense. I've complained about soft tries. That is a great try. That is a great individual effort. He's just got so much pace. A hat-trick for Will Jordan in the semi-final. 8 tries in the World Cup. He needs one more to break the record and become the highest try scoring, well, the highest try scorer in a singular World Cup. He's the complete player, isn't he? You know, he's got the skill set, he's got the pace, he's got the awareness. He's got good skill. I mean, yeah. Sort of everything good. I mean, the inside there, he sees that Jordy Barrett is there, but he just chips ahead. And to be fair, that chip goes inside. He knows that Jordy Barrett's got the pace, chips it to himself, goes himself. Yeah, what a player. What an absolute superb player. Thank you so much, Zach Harry, for the donation. Really appreciate it. Saying thank you for the coverage, listening at work. Well, I'm glad that we could bring it to you in some sort of way. I'm glad to have you, and welcome to the channel. ZT earlier saying thank you for the podcast and commentary, second to none, bro. Appreciate that. Yeah, look, if we can get to 500 likes, that'd be great. It's 130 more needed, so it would be a big shift if you were to get there. What we'd really like, it's a horrible kick from Richie Mwanga. It's like he stopped trying. What we'd really like to do is we'd really like to get to 54,000 subscribers today. So we need less than 400, and yeah, I don't think we'll get it the stream, but hopefully we'll get it over the evening. And in terms of what's to come, we obviously still got about 5 minutes left of the match. But afterwards, this match will then default or send you guys to our live review where they're actually rating the players. Will Dan and Wes and Cull. So that's going to be something a bit different that they're going to try with our player rating thing. You guys have an opportunity to rate the players yourselves, actually. So that's quite cool. Good restart there from New Zealand. Yeah, so basically how the player ratings work is that you guys got an opportunity to vote, and then basically what happens is that the actual platform aggregates all the votes and tells you what the average rating is. So if 3 people vote for a 864, it'll aggregate to whatever in the middle. So 2 people vote, 1 person. Oh, missed an interception. That would have been nice. And Mark Taylor throwing somebody else on the ground. And yeah, it's been far too easy for Mark Taylor and Marcus Kramer trying to effect a turnover but unsuccessfully. They moved down to the right hand side. Brody Metallic has been caught on the ball. He's going to the last 5 minutes. Scott Barrett, by the way, his yellow is over, so he should be coming onto the park very soon. But yeah, so please go join them for the player rating. Obviously, the more votes we get, the better, which is a lot of fun. Matias Carreras finds a bit of space in the inside. Or the outside, rather. Then comes on the inside. Now a bit of Augustin Creevy gives it away to Sanchez. Pops it up to Alemano. I tell you, I think there's been a bit of hands in there at the right time for New Zealand. And it's almost worked out brilliantly. It has worked out brilliantly. It's a good pop off the ground as well from Jean Cruz Malia to Matthias Moroni. You're on the right hand side. Chip over the top. And it's going to roll out. It's not a bad option. Pinning New Zealand back once again. 4 minutes to go. So that will be the end of Scott Barrett's card. Hasn't really, in fact, they've scored since, so it's not like it really made much of a difference. 44 points to 6 there. It's been a bit of a blowout semi-final. Right, 3 minutes left of the game. Can Argentina score a consolation try? Will New Zealand score another one? Can they get to 50, for example? A converted try gets them there. So Scott Barrett's still sitting down. Not quite sure why. Obviously, the time's a bit wrong there because I don't think they had a sub that they could put on ahead of him. Oh, they're not going to risk it. That's a hell of a thing. They've literally said we'll play with 14. We don't need to worry about you. Let's not risk an injury. It's a very interesting call. I suppose you're allowed to do it, and I suppose why not? But that sort of shows you the type of game. In a semi-final, you're electing to play the last few minutes with 14 men because you just can, because you've got a 38-point cushion. I wouldn't say the disrespect, but yeah, cheap as me. That just, sons of a bad down to the office, isn't it? As Argentina try and build from deep. Down the left-hand side, goes Nicolas Sanchez, pops it back inside. Marcus Kramer, he's been absolutely heroic tonight. You feel for players like him who've tried, who've worked their asses off, who've carried strong, who's been there all night and just hasn't really had the reward. And then another knock-on from Argentina just to really rub salt in the wounds. No, New Zealand taking it quickly as the ball goes on to touch. And Richie Mwanga looking for that 50-22. I think he's done it as well, Sanchez is down, clutching his shoulder. I think that's it. Big tackle coming from him on Jordy Barrett. I think it's actually the way he lands, which is the issue here. Yeah, it's a 50-22, as I did mention. Right, New Zealand in the last minute, 30 seconds left of the match, looking to try and score more try. It's been stopped. Vinny Christie throws it out towards Jordy Barrett. Fires out to Damien McKenzie. Damien McKenzie steps inside. Oh, what an off that is to Richie Mwanga. Oh my word, he's got himself. Will Jordan could have he would have broken the try scoring record. If he doesn't score next weekend and I'm Will Jordan, I'm boxing him. I'm absolutely boxing him. And that's a knock on. You. I mean, that could be the World Cup, the record gone for Will Jordan. If he doesn't score next weekend, then Richie Mwanga has single-handedly denied Will Jordan the World Cup scoring record. There was nobody in front of him. Like, nobody. Nobody. Yeah, that's a huge call. I mean, 4 tries in the semi-final would have been absolutely mental as well, by the way. Like, cheap as me. Right, time is up. It is an Argentina scrum. They might kick it up. They might have a go. I think Sanchez was there. Penalty advantage there. They're still going on Argentina. They want to try and score a consolation try. Yeah, and why not? Why not? Right, Sanchez, chip over the top, and Will Jordan chips us back to McKenzie. McKenzie wants to play. Vinny Christie wants to play. On the coaching staff, I'm saying, you put this out, you idiots. They're trying to have a go here in New Zealand. They want to score 50 points. Nobody wants to put this out. Sanity will surely prevail. Nope, and it's been knocked forward. Turnover ball here for Argentina. Matias Carrera's come away with it. We're going to 82 minutes. It's interesting. I mean, yeah, look. Oh, there's a bit of space here. Space. Ivana Jova, Melio Buffetti. Will Jordan makes the tackle, trying to drag him to the touchline. Ball's available for Basin Valdez. Nicholas Sanchez. So Mattis Moroni. Through the middle is Mattis Moroni. Needs support. Where's the support? There's the support. Oh, jeepers. That's a huge hit on Matty Carreras on David McKenzie. Oh my goodness. Now I'll tell you what. Leonard Brown is trying to come through. Leonard Brown is still going. Leonard Brown has a horrendous kick to Matthias Alamano. All the way back inside the 22. Valio Boffelli jumps up and steps over a couple. Still going Argentina. Ball comes loose to Marcus Kramer. Ball backwards. And there's eventually a penalty for Argentina. Are they going to continue playing? Do they want that consolation try? Silly. What are New Zealand doing playing this? Still playing. You've got a final next week. Yeah, Sanchez wants to kick this up. He hasn't had enough yet. No, he hasn't done it. He hasn't found touch. They'll chip it into touch with Richie Mwanga. It was almost a great touch find there. Right, final score 44 points to 6. Yeah, for straight. Look, great game from New Zealand. You know, it's a hat trick from Will Jordan. What a special player he is, and whoever they play next week, he'll be the danger man to watch out for. But Argentina, they can't believe it, and they just didn't pitch up. You know, we had a lot of talk in the week about, you know, New Zealand were very frank about the fact that they very much understand that Argentina can beat them, that they're a side that has beaten them recently. And yeah, the Argentinians you could see the look of disappointment, but they were just never in the game. Really, didn't pitch up. Started off very well, you know, had a very good start to the game, and you sat there thinking, yeah, cool, here we go. But lapses in concentration and a defense which just wasn't good enough was the difference in the end. And yeah, once they scored that first try, you felt the momentum shift a lot. They needed to capitalize on that early positive start. They didn't. They did get the early points. I felt like they should have been a bit more. They should have been a bit more brave when they got that. For example, that second penalty they took, I would have really liked, and they had a really really good momentum. I would have liked them to have been gone for the scrum, for example, gone for the line, try and score a try, try and give them a chance. I felt like they were going to concede, and without being brave, for example, and giving themselves the best chance, I thought they were always going to be chasing the game. I didn't think it was going to be quite that hectic. I didn't expect it to be that much of a blowout, which is sad because as a semi-final, we want to watch good rugby. We want to see close games, and we just didn't see that at all. And that's not what we want to see. Yeah, look, we know that there was going to be a bit of a seedings issue going into the semi-finals. Look, from a Springbok fan, I really, really do hope that we see a similar thing tomorrow, and that the Boks go and run in a couple of tries and take the foot off the gas a little bit against England. I don't really see it happening. I think England are a much better side than Argentina this World Cup. I think that they showed that against Argentina, for example, where they were top quality. So I don't think we're going to see a repeat of this tomorrow. I really like to see it from a South African perspective. I really like to see it. I don't think we will though. But a word on New Zealand. I mean, these are guys who a year ago people were labeling them the worst All Black side ever. They were calling for Ian Foster to get the sack, for example. They were really struggling. There was literally a conversation that if they were to lose that game at Ellis Park, that Ian Foster was going to get the sack, and obviously won at Ellis Park, and that kind of kept Ian Foster in the job in inverted commas, but nobody was really backing them to be particularly competitive in the in the World Cup. I don't think anybody really expected them to go this far, for example, and they've done it. They've got to the final, and it's an interesting way how they've gone from being such a bad team in inverted commas to all of a sudden going into the final with an incredible amount of momentum. And credit must go to the coaching staff. I think Joe Schmidt and Jason Ryan coming in has changed everything. They've put in new defense systems, for example. They've got the forwards playing well, and I think the forwards playing well has been a huge improvement. I think that has been a game changer. I really do. I think that since Jason Ryan's come in and improved the forwards, I think the front row has been really good, and that has given them the platform to allow great players. They've always had good players in that backline. The backline was, your Will Jordans, your now Mark Telays, your Barretts, your Richie Mwangas, Rico Awani, Danny McKenzie back in the fold, Aaron Smith, a Finley Christie, a Cam Roygard. There's so much talent in that team that they were always going to be very competitive if they can get things right. They just didn't really have the platform to do it. So, yeah, credit must go to the coaching staff who had to ride a wave of really bad times and eventually managed to get to this point. But to talk about this a little bit more, we're going to hand you over to Dan and to Wes, who are live on our review. So this will redirect you immediately there. You don't need to worry about it. We will see you guys tomorrow for a couple of games, by the way. Not just the Springbok game. We'll have a bit of URC action, a little bit of build-up there as well. So please do join us for tomorrow. Please do continue to subscribe to the channel. We would really like to start tomorrow with 54,000 subscribers. You can make that happen if you do go and subscribe to the channel. And I will see you